So all in all, it will be great days with immense learning and takeaways. We await the arrival of our chief guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, and other esteemed dignitaries. They will be here in a very short while from now. A humble request to each one of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. I repeat, kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. And please take up your seats. We also humbly request to maintain the decorum of the hall. When the event is already on, do not make unnecessary movements. So, a humble request to all the esteemed guests over here to take up your seats, please, and put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Thank you. In just few minutes from now, our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat State, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel will be here. I humbly request each one of you to kindly take up your seats, please. We wish to commence this program in a short while from now. So, we shall do the networking in the other part of the day. But kindly take up your seats, please, and put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Thank you. Our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat State has entered the premises. I request those who are standing to kindly take up your seats, please. We shall maintain the decorum throughout the program. our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat State has arrived. I request everyone to kindly stand up to greet him, to welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat State, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. Thank you. All our esteemed dignitaries are over here, and they'll be on the stage in just a moment from now. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please help me extend a warm welcome to Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. To grace the event, we have with us Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Shri Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji. We are also graced with the presence of Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Honorable Health Minister of Gujarat State, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel. Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Shri Rajkumar, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Shri S.J. Haider, ACS Industries, Government of Gujarat. Shri Kamlesh Kumar Pant, Chairman, NPPA. Shri Suresh H. Wazirani, Chairman, TransAsia Biomedicals Limited. And also we have with us Shri Tushar Sharma, Managing Director and General Manager, Abbott and Vascular, Chairman FICCI Medical Device Committee. Thank you very much all the esteemed dignitaries for gracing today's very important event, and we are sure we shall benefit from the knowledge that will be shared by you. I now Thank you. I would now humbly request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward for the lamp lighting. Thank you, everyone. May Almighty always keep us blessed. When we have such esteemed dignitaries to grace this important event of today, we would like to welcome them now. Foremost, I would like to request Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, to kindly welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, with a shawl and a green certificate. Thank you. I would now like to request Shri Kamlesh Kumar Pant, Chairman, NPPA, to kindly welcome Honorable Union Minister Shri Mansukh Mandaviyaji with a shawl and a green certificate. Thank you. I would now like to request Shri Ravindra Pratap Singh, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, to welcome Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, Government of India. I would like to request Shri Ravindra Pratap to kindly welcome Honorable Health Minister of Gujarat, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel. I would now like to request Shri Manab Majumdar, DSG FICCI, to kindly welcome Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, with a shawl. Would request Mr. Manab to kindly welcome Shri Raj Kumar, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Mr. Manab will now welcome Shri S.J. Haider, ACS Industries, Government of Gujarat. Would request Mr. Manab to kindly welcome Shri Kamlesh Kumar Pant, Chairman, NPPA. Would request Mr. Manab to kindly welcome Mr. Suresh H. Wazirani, Chairman, TransAsia Biomedicals Limited. And would request him to kindly welcome Shri Tushar Sharma, Managing Director and GM, Abbott and Vascular, Chairman, FICCI, Medical Device Committee, with a shawl. Thank you, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to have you all over here once again. I would now like to brief our dignitaries and participants that a structured buyer-seller meet is happening at MedTech Expo, for which 200 plus foreign delegates from 53 countries are present amongst us. Let's watch a short video to recognize their participation. We extend good wishes to all the participants of our MedTech Expo 2023. Now, in order to formally start the event, I would request Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address and set the tone of the event. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel Sahib, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia Sahib, respected senior member in the Niti Aayog for Health, Dr. V.K. Paul Sahib, State Health Minister, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel Sahib, Chief Secretary Gujarat and my senior colleague, Shri Rajkumar Ji, colleagues and industry representatives on the dais, esteemed members of the industry of various industry associations representing medical devices and diagnostic sectors here, over 200 delegates from 47 countries who have joined the Biocellar meet, 400 plus exhibitors representing the cream of the industry, including over 70 startup entrepreneurs, representatives from various state governments, research institutions, our organizing partners in FICCI, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to welcome the entire who's who of the medical device sector present at the inaugural session of the first India MedTech Expo 2023, being organized by the Department of Pharmaceuticals as a co-branded event to the G20 Health Ministers Meet, which is being organized at Gandhinagar by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I am indeed grateful to each one of you for having accepted our invitation and for your enthusiastic participation. Thank you all and a very warm welcome. As many of you would be aware, recognizing the potential of the medical devices sector, the Government of India has launched a slew of policy and programmatic interventions to promote and support accelerated growth of the medical devices sector. The National Medical Device Policy that identifies regulatory streamlining, enabling infrastructure, facilitating R&D and innovation, HR development, and brand positioning as areas of focus was approved just recently in April 2023 by the Union Cabinet. The domestic capacity in the medical devices sector is being boosted with 37 unique products already commissioned for production in India under the PLI scheme, and these include the high-end products for which we were earlier import dependent, such as CT scan, cath lab, anesthesia units, C-arm and LINAC, etc. And we hope that India will be able to achieve self-reliance even in these high-end products. Infrastructure is being created through 4 greenfield medical devices parks coming up in the country and a new scheme for common facilities in existing clusters and for strengthening the testing infrastructure in our country, which is so essential to maintain high quality of our products. Skilled manpower for industry and for research will be generated with a scheme which has newly been approved just this month by our Honorable Minister, Dr. Mandavia, to support multidisciplinary courses in the existing institutions. Friends, you can see that a multi-pronged approach is quite apparent. This Indian MedTech Expo 2023 is one more effort in this series of initiatives to promote our industry to grow in a very systematic manner. We do know that the medical devices constitute the fastest growing segment of the healthcare sector. While self-reliance is important, it is also necessary to strengthen the capability of our industry to integrate with and eventually lead the global value chain. Therefore, what we would like to see under our policy is that this growth in domestic capacity is driven by quality, innovation, synergy across the sciences, patient centricity, and global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, this Expo, which is being organized under the leadership of the Union Minister, Dr. Mandavia, and the support of the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Bhai, is an attempt to showcase all these aspects through the large industry participation, ranging from established Indian players to emerging startups to global giants, producing everything from a syringe which costs just a few rupees, to stents which cost maybe thousands of rupees, to high-end scanning equipment which cost over crores of rupees. In such a large market as in India, there is space for each one of you to make your mark. The demand forecasting session and the state session that we have organized will reveal the future demand trajectory and the incentives being provided by states that will help investors to make their plans. Thousands of buyer-seller interactions are already scheduled for these 3 days, and this will better link Indian industry to the world. We hope that the R&D pavilion and the future pavilion in the Expo will get you all excited about the immense power of Indian innovation in MedTech. Alongside this, we also have a conference where we will try to generate meaningful discussions and build a shared understanding of the challenges, the opportunities, and the way ahead. Our medical devices industry, as Honorable Minister well knows, has been very active in providing policy inputs and in identifying concerns, and we in the department have greatly benefited from this real-life feedback. I'm certain that the exchange of views in the conference, the networking, the sharing of experience in our Expo will take forward this vibrant interaction and help us in our common goals towards a robust, self-reliant medical devices sector with the overarching objective of contributing to universal health care, not just for India, but also for the globe. I look forward to the guidance and inspiration from our inaugural speakers, Honorable CM Sir, Honorable Minister Sir, and Honorable Dr. Paul. While extending a very warm welcome to all of you gathered here, I must recognize the guidance, the support, and the inspiration that we in the department have constantly received from both Dr. Mandavia here and from Dr. Paul here, and we do hope, sir, that we will live up to your expectations. Finally, I would like to acknowledge our DOP team led by our Joint Secretary R.P. Singh ji and the FICCI team led by Shri Praveen Mittal for their tremendous efforts over the past days. Like others, I believe in saying thank you in advance. So thank you very much and a very warm welcome to all of you here. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your warm welcome words and the informative address. I would now like to welcome Shri Suresh H. Wazirani, Chairman TransAsia Biomedical Limited, to deliver his address.
Namaskar. Honorable Chief Minister Sahab, Bhupendra Patel ji, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Niti Ayog, Shri Rishikesh Patel, Honorable Health Minister of Gujarat, and Madam S. Aparna, Secretary Department of Pharmaceuticals, Shri Rajkumar ji, Chief Secretary Gujarat, and Shri Kamlesh Pant, Chairman NPPA. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to this august international gathering on behalf of the entire medical devices industry of India. It's a real privilege to have over 250 international delegates from 70 countries, including many health ministers of G20 nations. I believe this is the first time in the history of India that a major international event has been organized focused entirely on MedTech. I think this is something that shows where India is going. This speaks highly of the great vision of our Prime Minister Modi ji and the dynamic leadership of Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, that their vision for making India a global manufacturing hub for medical devices. Sir, under your leadership, in just 2 short years since you took charge of Health Ministry, you have given a great vision for India to be the global manufacturing hub and have announced several growth-oriented policies, such as India's first National Medical Devices Policy, new Drugs and Medical Devices Bill, production-linked incentive for giving a boost to Make in India, and significant financial support to industries for expanding R&D, which is so very important for Make in India. I believe this is the beginning of a great new era of Make in India, which can help capture at least 10% market share in the global market for devices, which is expected to reach $850 billion by 2030. Our Honorable Prime Minister has repeatedly shared his vision of health for all, where everyone, rich or poor, can have access to modern health care. This is so very important for making India a healthy and happy country. The COVID pandemic was a great eye-opener. Many countries, including India, realized that providing good health care is not just a good thing to do or just something good for economy, but providing good health care is a realization that absolutely essential for national security of the country. In today's world, wars are not fought only on the borders. Pandemics like COVID, whether natural or man-made, can cause a much larger loss of life than many wars. I'm sure that we have not forgotten the helpless situation our country faced when we had to deal with COVID, when there was not a single manufacturer of COVID kits in India, not a single manufacturer of PPPs in India, and we had hardly any ventilators in the country. It is thanks to the enterprising people of India that very soon these things could be manufactured. But can a nation of 1.3 billion people be left at the mercy of other nations at a time like pandemic? Hence, I believe it is absolutely essential to equip our country with not only modern guns and missiles, but also with Make in India medical devices to quickly provide health care to its citizens in case of any pandemic or other medical emergency. Unfortunately, with India's current situation of being dependent on imports for over 80% of medical devices, I believe it's time for India to act quickly to formulate a national health security policy to achieve Make in India from 20% to 80% in next 8-10 years. A big change from current 80% imports to 80% Make in India is a big challenge. Some people may call it impossible, some people may call it daydreaming. But let me remind you that under India's leadership of Prime Minister Modi, in recent past, we have achieved many so-called impossible goals. Today, 98% of the cars sold in India are made in India. 97% of cell phones which are sold in India are made in India. 98% of the drugs and medicines sold in India are made in India. And very soon, 95% of computers and laptops sold in India will also be made in India. So if we can do all these things, why do we think it's impossible to make 80% of medical devices in India? I'm sure that the leadership of our dynamic health minister, Dr. Mandaviya ji, very soon we will see dynamic policies for achieving a similar goal for medical devices. Before I conclude, I would like to take a minute to present my company Transasia's story of Make in India success, transforming from a 100% importing company to 100% Make in India company and becoming India's largest IVD producer and exporter to more than 100 countries across the world. I was fortunate to be the founder of Transasia 44 years ago with just rupees 250 in my pocket, but a big dream of making India a healthy and happy nation by providing innovative, reliable, and affordable Make in India blood testing systems. Today, over 150 crore blood tests are done on our equipment every year. That is 150 blood tests every second. This is also an example of how in India everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. Half a minute. This is how a son of a poor refugee family from Karachi who landed by boat in Mumbai could, with determination, hard work, honesty, and support from government, could start a diagnostic company with just 250 rupees and become India's largest IVD company worth billions of dollars. So friends, this is our great India, and I'm so very proud of being an Indian. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your important address. I would now like to welcome Shri Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, Government of India, to share his thoughts with us. Over to you, sir.
Namaste, good afternoon. Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel Sahab, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Minister of Health, Gujarat Rishikesh Patel ji, Secretary Pharmaceuticals, Ms. Aparna ji, Chief Secretary Gujarat, Chairperson NPPA Kamlesh Pant ji, distinguished leadership of the pharmaceutical industry on the dais, med devices and pharmaceutical industry on the dais and in the audience, excellencies, invitees from all over the world, friends, I'm so honored to be here at the launch and the inauguration of MedTech Expo 2023 India. As has been stated, this is a historic moment. Such a large gathering of MedTech industry and other stakeholders in one place is truly unique, and this bodes really well for the future of this great and much changing industry in our nation. Medical device sector is an essential and integral part of the health sector. It's integral to the health system and to the healthcare of Indian citizens and of all citizens indeed. In recent times, advancements in technology and innovation have changed the landscape and offerings of the medical device sector in more than one way. Indian MedTech sector has accelerated its growth and its excellence, and it is now at an inflection point to move in the direction of exponential growth, both in terms of quantity, quality, as well as its reach globally. There are 750 to 100 domestic medical device manufacturers in India, accounting for 65% of the market. The startup ecosystem in India's medical devices sector is diverse and vibrant, with more than 250 organizations engaged in innovations for addressing critical health needs. The efforts and the unwavering commitment of the government under the inspirational leadership of our beloved Prime Minister have brought the much needed, much awaited and much timely turbocharge and resilience and resurgence in the sector in recent times. We have seen the release of the National Medical Devices Policy 2023. We have seen progress on the Medical Devices Rules 2017 implementation, and we have seen the rapid development of medical devices parks in 4 locations in the country. We have also seen the emerging medical devices policy leading on to also research and development policy in the draft stage for the pharmaceutical and medical devices sector. In recent years, innovation has also received a huge impetus, and one such impetus has come from Atal Innovation Mission anchored at the Niti Aayog. This aims to create an innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the educational institutions of our country, and we are already seeing results of this innovative initiative on the ground. The formulation of the R&D and innovation policy will give further impetus to research in the industry, in academia, as well as at the interface of the two main sectors. Adoption of latest technology such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, virtual reality, robotics, wearable devices, and remote health monitoring systems are crucial as we move forward with new products in the MedTech space. The future of medical devices is poised to undergo huge transformation driven by ongoing technological revolutions, miniaturization of devices, integration with Internet of Things, use of 3D printing, and creation of customized medical devices are some of the new elements, new domains that are going to change the healthcare system in our country. The Government of India is committed to improving every spectrum of healthcare industry. In the past few years, efforts have been made to improve the entire value chain by introducing new solutions related to digital health infrastructure and skilling of manpower. Setting up of National Medical Devices Export Promotion Council is aimed at boosting our exports to other countries. Future lies in forming global partnerships and alliances for developing medical devices and to make them available at affordable cost in primary care settings, secondary care, tertiary and tertiary care settings all over the world. And that's the goal with which India would perceive its vision of advancing the MedTech sector. I would say that the Indian medical device industry is a shining example of innovation and development. It exemplifies the motto of Atmanirbhar Bharat by promoting domestic production and supporting innovation. Niti Aayog, like all the other organs of the government, looks forward to collaborating and assisting the stakeholders in a robust manner to support this sector to make India as the top hub of medical devices of the world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address. The latest advancements in medical technology and research, providing insights into the future of healthcare, are going to be beneficial to one and all. A MedTech Expo compendium has been prepared, which showcases the cutting-edge innovations that are shaping the industry. I would humbly request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly unveil this informative booklet. Thank you, everyone. We now announce the launch of Future and R&D Pavilion booklets that stand as testament to the boundless potential of research and development in the field of medical technology and visionary endeavors that have the power to shape the future of healthcare. I make a humble request to all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to launch these two booklets. Thank you, everyone, for doing the honors. A coffee table book dedicated to the Indian pharmaceutical sector has been prepared to highlight the significant contributions, advancements, and innovations within the industry, showcasing its role in healthcare and the global economy. This book serves as a visual and informative tribute to the Indian pharmaceutical industry's remarkable journey. I would humbly request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly launch this coffee table book. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, who wants to use the headphones can take over the headphones and switch to channel number 1 for English. अब मैं अत्यंत आनंद और गर्व के साथ भारत सरकार के माननीय केंद्र स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण और रसायन एवं उर्वरक मंत्री डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी से अपने विशेष संबोधन देने के लिए आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ।
G20 समिट अंतर्गत आयोजित इंडिया मेडटेक एक्सपो 2023 के इनॉग्रेशन अवसर पर हमारे बीच में उपस्थित राज्य के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय भूपेंद्र भाई, नीति आयोगना सभ्य डॉक्टर वी.के. पॉल जी, राज्यના यशस्वी आरोग्य मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश भाई पटेल जी, हमारे फार्मा विभाग की सेक्रेटरी एस अपर्णा जी, राजीव कुमार जी, एस.जे. हैदर जी, कमलेश कुमार पंत जी, तुषार शर्मा जी, सुरेश वजीरानी जी, सभी उपस्थित डेलीगेट्स भाइयों एवं बहनों, आज मेरे पहले वक्ताओं ने देश में मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटी, देश की क्षमता, उसके बारे में विस्तृत रूप में बताया है। दोस्तों, मैं आपको आज के अवसर पर बताना चाहता हूँ कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश बदल रहा है, देश आगे बढ़ रहा है और नया भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है। दोस्तों, नया भारत कैसा हो? प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब से कार्य संभाला है तब से एक वर्क कल्चर में 360 डिग्री बदलाव किया है। मैं सालों से राजनीति में हूँ। सरकार आती है, सरकार डिसीजन करती है, लेकिन ये डिसीजन टोकन के रूप में होता है। मोदी जी ने अपने कार्यकाल में जो डिसीजन किए हैं, मोदी जी की जो सोच है वो टोकन अप्रोच वाली नहीं है। मोदी जी हमेशा टोटल में सोचता है। हमें डेवलपमेंट करना है, विकास करना है, आगे बढ़ना है, तो हमें होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लेना होगा। हमें 360 डिग्री से डिसीजन करना पड़ेगा। केवल हम हेल्थ सेक्टर के बारे में सोचें कि हम डिस्पेंसरी चालू कर दें, नहीं होगा। दोस्तों, जब डिस्पेंसरी चालू करते हैं तब डिस्पेंसरी में डॉक्टर चाहिए, डिस्पेंसरी में मेडिसिन चाहिए, डिस्पेंसरी के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए। एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच जब बनता है तब एक हेल्थ बनता है, तब एक डिस्पेंसरी बनता है। आज तक यही स्थिति चलती रही। त्रुटक सोच से देश एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ आगे नहीं बढ़ सका। लेकिन जब से मोदी जी ने अपने कार्यकाल के दरमियान जो डिसीजन किया है, मैं आप आज हम फार्मा सेक्टर के लिए, मेडिकल डिवाइस के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं। मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर आज देश में एक ऐसा सेक्टर है, बिकॉज इंडिया इज ए इमर्जिंग कंट्री, इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी, मिडिल क्लास बढ़ रहा है, अपर मिडिल क्लास बढ़ रहा है, 1.3 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, देश की ज़रूरतें बढ़ रही है। ऐसी बढ़ती ज़रूरियातों के सापेक्ष में देश में फार्मा सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता कैसे आए? तो केवल हम बात करते रहेंगे कि आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में हमें जाना है, विषय पूरा नहीं होगा। आपने देखा होगा ड्यूरिंग कोविड क्राइसिस देश ने उस वक्त सोचा और मोदी जी ने हमें डायरेक्शन दिया कि देश में 52 ऐसा एपीआई है जो एपीआई देश में बनता ही नहीं है, और ये एपीआई 95% एबव हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, वो भी चौक्कस कंट्री से करते हैं। वो देश में नहीं आएंगे या तो वो कंट्री सप्लाई बंद कर देगी, देश की स्थिति क्या होगी? मोदी जी ने कहा आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत हम इंडिया में एपीआई बना सकते हैं। हमारे अपर्णा जी सब लोगों ने उसके लिए स्कीम डिजाइन की, PLI 1 14,000 करोड़ रुपीस, और देश ने तय किया। दोस्तों, ये देश में ब्रेन पावर और मैन पावर और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की ना कभी कमी थी ना आज कमी है। सवाल इतना ही है उसको अवसर देना, समय इतना ही है उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी देना। मोदी जी ने केवल यही किया। PLI 1 स्कीम के माध्यम से 43 एपीआई को आइडेंटिफाई करके देश में उसको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने के लिए क्या दिक्कत है? दोस्तों, आवश्यक होता है डिसीजन के पीछे कंसल्टेशन का। हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ डिटेल कंसल्टेशन हुआ। क्यों इंडिया में ये एपीआई नहीं बनता है? इंडिया की क्षमता नहीं है क्या? इंडिया पहले पेनिसिलिन का एपीआई बनाता ही था, लेकिन क्यों इंपोर्ट होने लगा? तो आइडेंटिफाई हुआ कि देश में रिसर्च है, देश बना भी सकता है, बनाता भी था, लेकिन दुनिया ने हमसे सस्ता बनाना चालू किया। हमने समय के साथ नीति को नहीं बदला, पॉलिसी नहीं बदला, रिफॉर्म नहीं किया। आज हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट ज़्यादा है, इसलिए हम नहीं बना पा रहे हैं। क्या करना चाहिए? तय किया कि भाई कितने % हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के सापेक्ष में गैप कितना है। आइडेंटिफाई हुआ कि एपीआई में 20%, 10% इतना ही परसेंटेज PLI स्कीम के लिए उसको दिया गया। इतना ही नहीं, देश में वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होना चालू हो गया। लेकिन भविष्य में इंडिया एपीआई में, इंडिया मेडिकल डिवाइस में आगे बढ़े, नॉट ओनली फॉर फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, हम फैक्ट्री ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बने। उसके लिए हमें डिसीजन करना होगा। उसमें से 3 बल्क ड्रग पार्क का डिसीजन किया गया। 1000 करोड़ रुपीस 3 बल्क ड्रग पार्क ने मोदी जी ने अप्रूवल दिया। 4 मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क। दोस्तों, 4 मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क के द्वारा एक मेडिकल डिवाइस के लिए इकोसिस्टम कैसे बने, उसके लिए विचार किया गया। इतना ही नहीं, हम मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क बना रहे हैं, बल्क ड्रग पार्क बना रहे हैं, लेकिन 10,000 से अधिक यहाँ MSME फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज है। हमारे फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज क्वालिटी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करे, उसके लिए क्या करने की आवश्यकता है? दोस्तों, कंसल्टेशन से आउटपुट निकला कि हमें गुड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिस करना है तो हमारा प्लांट को अपग्रेड करने के लिए असिस्टेंस देना पड़ेगा। इंडस्ट्रीज असिस्टेंस स्कीम के रूप में सहयोग देने के लिए पॉलिसी लाई गई, मेडिकल डिवाइस पॉलिसी लाई गई। दोस्तों, समय समय के साथ रिसर्च और इनोवेशन की भी आवश्यकता होती है। रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के लिए फार्मा रिसर्च पॉलिसी भी लाई गई। इंडस्ट्रीज और एकेडेमिया लिंकेज के लिए नाइपर को सशक्त किया गया। नाइपर के द्वारा आज मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में MSME है, उसको कुछ रिसर्च करना है, किसी को इंडिविजुअल रिसर्च करना है। दोस्तों, सालों तक हम ब्लॉक रहे। हमारे ICMR के इंस्टीट्यूट, हमारे नाइपर इंस्टीट्यूट सरकार के लिए दिया गया रिसर्च ही करते रहे, लेकिन इंडस्ट्रीज, कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, कोई रिसर्च साइंटिस्ट, कोई इनोवेटर, वो भी रिसर्च करना चाहे तो गवर्नमेंट का ये दायित्व होना चाहिए, उसके लिए विंडो ओपन होना चाहिए। दोस्तों, मोदी जी ने आईसीएमआर की सभी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट, वन हेल्थ के इंस्टीट्यूट, दोस्तों नाइपर, जिसको भी रिसर्च करना है प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए विंडो ओपन कर दिया गया। एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ हम मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में, फार्मा सेक्टर में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज देश में 70% मेडिकल डिवाइस हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने के लिए, इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? दोस्तों, आप यहाँ जो एग्जीबिशन बनाया है ना, दोस्तों मैं दुनिया में बहुत, मुझे आना जाना रहता है, कई ऐसी इवेंट में मैं जाता हूँ, एग्जीबिशन देखता हूँ, लेकिन मेरा सुझाव है, मैंने आज का एग्जीबिशन देखा नहीं है, लेकिन जिन्होंने देखा उन्होंने मुझे बताया है, मेरा आग्रह है कि दोस्तों एग्जीबिशन देखना। ये एग्जीबिशन ऐसे बनाया गया है जब कोई रुचिपूर्वक, ये मेरी देश की मेडिकल डिवाइस इंडस्ट्रीज को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए, उसको बढ़ावा देने के लिए जो एक होलिस्टिक कमिटमेंट है, जब सरकार सोचती है, मेरा एक एक ऑफिसर सोचता है, मेरी इंडस्ट्रीज सोचती है, एक साथ में मिलके बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस, बेस्ट एग्जीबिशन कैसे करा जा सकता है। दोस्तों, हम हिंदुस्तान के लोग हैं, हमारे पास गीता जैसे शास्त्र है जो हमें कर्मयोग सिखाता है, दोस्तों हमें भक्ति योग सिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि जब आप कमिटमेंट के साथ कोई काम करते हैं ना, तो उसका आउटपुट भी बेस्ट होता है। हमारे लिए सभी चीज कॉमर्स नहीं होती है भाई, कई चीज कॉमर्स होती है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आप रेस्टोरेंट पे जाके खाना खाते हैं, वहां ब्रेड बनती है, वहां समोसा बनता है, दोस्तों बनाने वाले के लिए ये कॉमर्स है। लेकिन जब ये खाना, ये ब्रेड, ये समोसा, ये स्वीट आपके घर में बनते हैं, और घर में बनने के अलावा भी जब माँ बनाती है अपने बच्चे के लिए, तब उसमें प्रेम मिल जाता है। और जब प्रेम के साथ माँ अपने बेटे के लिए खाना पकाती है, तो दोस्तों एक कर्मयोग के साथ भक्ति योग मिल जाता है, उसका आउटपुट बेस्ट से बेस्ट होता है। मैं अपर्णा जी और उसकी टीम को अभिनंदन देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने इतना बेस्ट यहाँ एग्जीबिशन बनाया है। दोस्तों, मैं अवश्य मानता हूं मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर के लिए आज ऑटोमेटिक रूट से एफडीआई को ओपन किया गया है। हर दिन मुझे कोई न कोई दुनिया की मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी आके मिलती है, उसका सीईओ आके मिलता है। हमें सद्भाग्य ये बात का है कि मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी दुनिया की कोई भी कंट्री की हो, लेकिन उसका सीईओ इंडियन, ज़्यादातर कंपनी का सीईओ इंडियन होता है। और जब आके मुझे मिलता है कि हमें मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करना है, आप लोगों ने मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में बहुत रिफॉर्म किया है, पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म किया है, इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट की है, हम इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। दोस्तों, ये एक्सपो G20 समिट के साथ अहमदाबाद में इसलिए रखा है, अहमदाबाद इज ए बेस्ट डेस्टिनेशन ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट इन मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर। गुजरात एक बेस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, यहाँ बनी हुई इकोसिस्टम है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी है, स्किल मैन पावर भी है, और दोस्तों गवर्नमेंट की, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की विल भी है। उसका लाभ लेके आप गुजरात में और इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करिए, और समय समय पर आप आपका सुझाव भी हमें देते रहिए, आप आपका इनपुट्स भी हमें देते रहिए। हम हमेशा ट्रांसपेरेंट पॉलिसी पर आगे बढ़ते हैं। हमारे लिए इंडस्ट्रीज ही सब कुछ है। हम जो भी डिसीजन करते हैं इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ कंसल्टेशन के आधार पर करते हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज के सुझाव के आधार पर करते हैं। हम कोई पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, दोस्तों टेबल पर बैठ के मेरे 5 अफसर और एक मिनिस्टर बैठ जाते हैं, पॉलिसी नहीं बनती है। उसके लिए डिटेल्ड स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन होता है, और उसमें से जो निकलता है वो हमें आगे बढ़ाने में सुविधा कर देता है। यही सुविधा के साथ दोस्तों हमें आगे बढ़ना है। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूँ कि आप लोग 2 दिन इस समिट में उपस्थित रह के अपना इनपुट्स भी दें, आपका एक्सपीरियंस भी शेयर करें और भविष्य में हम मेडिकल डिवाइस में इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी को कम करें और देश को मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर आगे ले जाए, ये ही आपसे अपेक्षा। धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय, आपके प्रोत्साहनपूर्ण शब्दों के लिए आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जिनके सक्षम नेतृत्व, जिनके निरंतर मार्गदर्शन और जिनकी दूरदर्शी नीतियां गुजरात के विकास और प्रगति के लिए अति महत्वपूर्ण हैं, वैसे हमारे गुजरात राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल को आइए उनके विशिष्ट संबोधन के लिए तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ आमंत्रित करते हैं।
डिस्टर्ब થયું? केंद्रीय औषध विभाग द्वारा आयोजित इंडिया मेडटेक एक्सपो के शुभारंभ के दिव्य अवसर पर मेरे साथ मंचों पर उपस्थित केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री डॉक्टर मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी, मेरे साथी मंत्री ऋषिकेश भाई पटेल, नीति आयोग के सदस्य डॉक्टर वी.के. पॉल, मुख्य सचिव श्री राजकुमार जी, केंद्रीय सचिव श्री एस. अपर्णा जी, अधिक मुख्य सचिव एस.जे. हैदर, केंद्रीय सहसचिव श्री रविंद्र प्रताप सिंह, एनपीपीए के चेयरमैन श्री कमलेश कुमार पंत, एफआईसीसीआई के मेडिकल डिवाइसेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष श्री तुषार शर्मा जी, मेडिकल एवं फार्मा क्षेत्र के सभी महानुभाव, आमंत्रित अतिथिगण, प्रेस मीडिया के मित्र, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। महात्मा गांधी, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल और विश्व नेता और प्रधानमंत्री परम आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी की जन्मभूमि गुजरात में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। गुजरात के सपूत सरदार साहब ने अनेकता में एकता का मंत्र अपनाकर अखंड भारत का निर्माण किया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने स्वराज को सुराज्य में बदलने की दिशा दिखाई है। सुराज्य का अर्थ है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया। स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं, चिकित्सा सुविधाएं और दवाएं सामान्य जन, गरीब जन, वंचित और हाशिए पर पड़े लोगों पर तक पहुँचे, यही सुराज्य है। यहाँ आयोजित मेडटेक एक्सपो इसी तरह के निरामय परिस्थिति को बनाने की दिशा में एक अच्छा कदम है। मुझे विश्वास है कि जो भी इस मेडटेक एक्सपो में आएगा वह फ्यूचर ऑफ डिवाइसेस, डायग्नोसिस और डिजिटल के मंत्र को साकार होता देख पाएगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वर्ष 2047 तक भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने की संकल्प की घोषणा की है। इस समय के दौरान भारत को कैसे ग्लोबल मेडटेक हब बनाया जाए, यह एक्सपो इसके लिए एक दिशा निर्धारित करेगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है। इस एक्सपो के आयोजन ने मेडटेक इंडस्ट्रीज से जुड़े एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, स्टार्टअप्स, हॉस्पिटल्स, रिसर्च और इन्वेस्टर्स सहित सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक ही छत के नीचे आने और इस सेक्टर की प्रोग्रेस को लेकर एक साथ चर्चा करने का अवसर प्रदान किया है। एक समय था जब देश में स्वास्थ्य सुविधाओं का दायरा बहुत सीमित था, संसाधनों की कमी हुआ करती थी। यदि किसी व्यक्ति को कोई गंभीर बीमारी हो या हृदय में कोई ऑपरेशन का स्टेंट लगाना हो, तो कोई कृत्रिम अंग ट्रांसप्लांट करवाना हो, तो अक्सर विदेश और महंगे साधनों पर हमें निर्भर रहना पड़ता था। लेकिन आज तस्वीर बदल गई है। आज हमारा देश आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में भारत ने सदी की सबसे बड़ी महामारी का डट कर सामना किया। इतना ही नहीं, प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से विश्व के 100 से अधिक देशों में कोरोना वैक्सीन पहुंचाकर वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के हमारे आदर्श को चरितार्थ भी किया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने महंगे हेल्थ सर्विसेज, इक्विपमेंट और मेडिसिन्स को सामान्य जन और गरीब जन के लिए आसानी से उपलब्ध कराया है। इतना ही नहीं, उन्होंने मेक इन इंडिया कार्यक्रम के तहत भारत में ही मेडिकल डिवाइसेस और मेडिसिन्स के निर्माण को भी प्राथमिकता दी है। उनके इन सभी प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि आज भारत विश्व की फार्मेसी बन गया है। मेरा मानना है कि इस एक्सपो के लिए गुजरात का चयन सही और सामयिक है। गुजरात देश के विकास का रोल मॉडल है। गुजरात मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर, एग्रीकल्चर और सोशल सेक्टर, इन सभी में एक अग्रसर राज्य है। फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर की इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए गुजरात फेवरेट डेस्टिनेशन है। आज की स्थिति की बात करें तो गुजरात में फार्मा सेक्टर की 5,600 से अधिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स काम कर रही है। सौराष्ट्र के राजकोट में मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पार्क और दक्षिण गुजरात के झगड़िया में बल्क ड्रग पार्क का निर्माण कार्य प्रगति में है। कोरोना से रक्षा के लिए पहले ही 100% इंडिजीशन कोवैक्सीन की गुजरात के अंकलेश्वर में भारत बायोटेक द्वारा उत्पादित की गई थी। कार्डियक हाईटेक स्टेंट भी पूरे देश को गुजरात से मिल रहे हैं। हाईटेक स्टेंट की देश की 14 उत्पादक कंपनियों में से 11 गुजरात में है। हाईटेक इंट्राओक्यूलर लेंस के उत्पादन में गुजरात का कंट्रीब्यूशन 50% है। ऑर्थोपेडिक इम्प्लांट इंस्ट्रूमेंट के उत्पादन में भी गुजरात लीड ले रहा है। विशेषकर राजकोट, अहमदाबाद और बड़ौदा में बहुत ही अधिक संख्या में इसकी प्रोडक्शन यूनिट कार्यरत है। भारत के कुल फार्मास्यूटिकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में गुजरात की हिस्सेदारी 33% है। गुजरात में आज लगभग 1084 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स WHO के GMP मानकों के अनुसार कार्य कर रही है, जो पूरे देश में ऐसी कुल यूनिट्स का 34% है। गुजरात में फार्मा सेक्टर में कम लागत पर उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट सुविधा भी मौजूद है। गुजरात मेडिसिन और फार्मास्यूटिकल के सेक्टर में एक लीडिंग एक्सपोर्ट करने वाला राज्य है। गुजरात में फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्रीज को व्यापार करने में और आसानी हो और बेहतर माहौल मिले, इसके लिए गुजरात की सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। मुझे आशा है कि यह कार्यक्रम गुजरात के फार्मा सेक्टर को सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ प्रदान करेगा। जनवरी 2024 में आयोजित होने जा रहे वाइब्रेंट समिट में सहभागी होने के लिए मैं मेडिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स और फार्मा सेक्टर के जुड़े उद्यमी को आमंत्रित करता हूं। इस मेडटेक एक्सपो के आयोजन के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, जय जय गरवी गुजरात। थैंक यू।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, आपके मूल्यवान और जानकारीपूर्ण संबोधन और मेडटेक एक्सपो 2023 में आपकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। I would now request Shri Tushar Sharma, Managing Director and GM, Abbott Vascular and Chair, FICCI Medical Device Committee, to kindly extend the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupender Rajnikant Patel ji, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemical and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Secretary DOP, Madam Aparna ji, Chairman NPPA, Kamal Nath ji, and other dignitaries, industry colleagues and participants. It is my privilege to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI as a chair of Medical Device Committee. This is indeed a very special occasion for all of us, as we are organizing our first MedTech Expo here in this wonderful city of Gandhinagar. This is a combination of both exhibition as well as conference, where the theme is the future of medical devices, digital as well as diagnostic. Today, medical device industry is one of the most dynamic industry. The main two building blocks of any medical device industry or company is the innovation and quality. And with more and more inclusion of digital platform and artificial intelligence, you would agree that most of the companies today obsolete their own products before the competition does. That is the power of innovation. In next 2 days, a lot of deliberation will happen around the current trends and the future of medical devices. I will now begin by thanking Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupender Rajnikant Patel ji. Sir, your presence today is very encouraging and greatly enhance the importance of this event. Thank you for being here. We express our gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemical and Fertilizer, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, for his presence. Sir, your address was very, very inspiring today. Your vision to build a world-class medtech industry in India and your passion for both innovation and quality is very, very encouraging for the whole industry. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Dr. V.K. Paul, member of Niti Aayog, for gracing the occasion with his presence. We thank you for sharing the Niti Aayog vision for the growth of medical device sector. I would now thank Madam Aparna, DOP Secretary, under whose leadership, I would say dynamic leadership and guidance, we have been able to put together this program. Without her help, it would not be possible. I would also like to thank all the union ministries and state governments for their support. I would also thank all our partner associations and sponsors without whom this program of this magnitude would have not been possible. And lastly, thank you once again to all the participants from India and abroad for being here. I'm very, very confident that next 2 days are going to be the best learning experience for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm, thankful note. With this, we declare the end of the inaugural session of India MedTech Expo 2023 and move towards another session. Once again, we thank all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais for their august presence. The arrangements for tea and coffee are kept in the adjacent hall, so we request the guests to kindly join us over there till the time the dignitaries are taking a round of the expo. Thank you.
Jaitu Jaitu Gujarat is about the rich and vibrant state Gujarat. A land which has gifted us with some great sons of the soil, like Sri Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, Sri Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India. Gujarat has rich cultural heritage. Gujarat is renowned for its rich history, beaches, temple towns, wildlife sanctuaries, hills, and natural grandeur. It has a wide range of diverse destinations and attractions that attract the tourists from across the globe. And one such beautiful destination is one where we are all present today. Let's witness the great grand image of Gujarat with Jaitu Jaitu Gujarat.
the dust off. Tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breath in our lungs, beating our heart. Because you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing our lungs, beating our heart. Because you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise, oh, follow your eyes, oh. It's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new
Here's a look inside the Gene Expert cartridge. The Gene Expert cartridge comprises the foot, the valve, the body, the reaction tube, and the top. Reaction beads, reagent, and rinse are loaded, and the top affixed to complete factory assembly. The cartridge is ready for use. First, the user opens the cap, adds the sample to be tested, and snaps the cap shut. The closed cartridge is placed in a Gene Expert module. All contents will remain within the cartridge throughout processing. A plunger lowers into the central tube, and the valve rotates to the first position. The plunger rises, drawing in the sample. The valve rotates to a new position. The plunger lowers, pushing the sample into the active area. The sample flows into the active area and through the filter, trapping organisms on the filter. The valve rotates to draw in wash fluid, which flushes the filter and is collected in the waste chamber. Rotating again, liquid reagent is drawn, then pushed through the filter. A sonic horn actuates and provides energy to break apart the organisms, releasing their genetic material. Next, the liberated genetic material is pushed into the chamber containing reaction beads. To mix the solution, the plunger cycles the fluid to dissolve the beads. The sample is now prepared and pulled into the reaction tube. The Gene Expert module rapidly heats and cools the reaction tube, while LEDs illuminate the solution with up to 10 colors of light. If the solution grows brighter, color detectors confirm the presence of the targeted DNA we're looking for. The test is now complete, and the cartridge may be removed from the Gene Expert module. All contents remain contained within the cartridge for safe disposal.
This is GE Healthcare, delivering more precise and connected care, giving clinicians and their patients confidence. Welcome to a new era of healthcare.
In a world where large parts still face healthcare challenges, we decided to challenge the norms. With a simple vision, access to precision MedTech for every patient globally. We are Healthium, and we believe we have challenged the notion that Indian MedTech can't be a global leader. Challenging it with our focus areas: advanced surgery, wound care, and arthroscopy. With 52,000 SKUs, our precision MedTech products are used in 1 in 5 surgeries globally. As of fiscal 2021, we are India's largest independent medical devices company in the surgical consumables market. A global leader in non-captive surgical needles based on volume. We believe that we have challenged the theory that Indian MedTech cannot have global reach. Worldwide, our products reach 80 countries, including developed and developing markets. In India, we reach 90% of all districts with secondary healthcare facilities, with the largest direct sales force among independent medical device companies as of the 31st of March 2021. We believe that we have challenged the assumption that made by India can't be made for the world. Winning trust worldwide with varied global accreditations and registrations across our manufacturing facilities. We believe that we are challenging the status quo in innovation. With 64 patents in the US, Europe and India, including pending applications, our R&D strength has helped us market 30 new products since fiscal 2018. Strategic acquisitions and access to new products and markets, Healthium today has a proven track record of commercializing its products. With a seasoned leadership team backed by an experienced board, our belief that we can is constantly challenging the norms and helping change the world. Because we believe that the change we bring matters. Healthium. Each life matters.
With a population of 1.4 billion and as one of the largest economies of the world, healthcare access continues to be a real challenge in India. For years, India has been trying to improve quality healthcare services, meet the shortage of trained medical professionals, and find solutions to resolve the problem of accessibility and affordability of healthcare. Johnson & Johnson's mission is to be a partner of choice since 1947 to address these challenges. We blend heart, science and ingenuity to profoundly change the trajectory of health for humanity, with our focus being on digital transformation. Our credo has always guided us in building a legacy of timely response and quality healthcare solutions for the community. It has been our moral compass in providing uninterrupted support to all our healthcare professionals, patients, and the government, even during the pandemic. For the last couple of years, and more importantly since the pandemic, the priority of healthcare providers has been to standardize patient care and improve clinical outcomes. As the largest healthcare company in the world and the largest MedTech company in India, our focus has been to address the unmet needs across all specialties such as oncology, gastroenterology, bariatrics, general surgery, gynecology, orthopedics, cardiovascular, and neuro interventions. In each of these areas, we are redefining new standards of care. To make healthcare self-reliant, the country needs state-of-the-art manufacturing and globally harmonized quality systems. We respond with cutting-edge technologies to manufacture highly reliable and differentiated MedTech products. Our current product portfolio supports a broad range of solutions in open, minimally invasive and interventional approaches to meet the immediate patient needs and tackle pressing healthcare challenges. Taking this a step further, we are introducing the next generation of modern surgical practices in India by adapting to the future needs of patient care. From reduced surgical complications to increased clinical efficiencies, our products have demonstrated the best patient outcomes, ensuring faster recovery and elevating the overall patient satisfaction. In our continuous endeavor to address the need for advanced medical products, we have made concerted efforts to make healthcare accessible in areas beyond the metro cities. Our robust supply chain and best-in-class customer field force offer 24/7 support, making healthcare accessible to Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns in India. To further bridge the skill gap in these Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, we launched Johnson & Johnson Institute on Wheels. Johnson & Johnson Institute on Wheels is India's first advanced, self-sufficient and versatile mobile surgical training center. We were the first medical devices company to set up a surgical training institute in India, with our Johnson & Johnson institutes connecting surgeons with centers of excellence worldwide. Such is our commitment to spreading progress and knowledge that we continued professional education throughout the pandemic and brought hands-on training to doctors' doorsteps. In addition to the traditional modes of upskilling, we have pioneered innovative digital training methods which will enable HCPs, even from India's remote locations, to connect and collaborate with global centers of excellence. And we continue to introduce cutting-edge MedTech offerings like virtual reality for building our digital training capabilities. In our effort to touch over 10 million patient lives every year in India, we have been partnering with key industry bodies to shape policies and advance the healthcare ecosystem. As we help over 1 billion Indians live their best lives, we realize the goals for a healthier future cannot be accomplished without collective efforts. Together, we can do the right thing the right way. Let us be your partner of choice. Together, we will redefine India's healthcare landscape.
Every Medtronic product is made up of many individual components, each one critical to the success of the whole. Our culture is built the same way. Every effort is critical in our mission to alleviate pain, restore health, and extend life. Our success is the result of over 90,000 individuals owning their role and knowing why it matters. Our success is proven through patience and measured in the health benefits we can deliver to them. A tomorrow they were told they'd never see. A today lived with an ease and freedom that seemed impossible yesterday. Every day, we work with a sense of ownership, accountability, and purpose. Knowing there is a human life on the other side of every decision.
What is care all about? An endearing smile, a soothing touch, or perhaps the comforting reassurance of an honest commitment? At Polymed, for years, our commitment to provide the highest quality healthcare to mankind has run deeply through all aspects of our ideology, decisions, and work.
Polymed has got a great legacy, and from a humble beginning in 1997, company has grown to a size.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. After this wonderful inauguration session of today, we are now moving to the session which will give us the knowledge on India, the future MedTech hub, investment opportunities in state. As per the Vision 2047 for MedTech, the Department of Pharmaceutical envisages India to be one of the largest MedTech manufacturing hubs in the world. And to talk about this, discuss some key points, in this session we would have state governments sharing their vision, policies and plans to make their state MedTech parks as manufacturing hubs. Medical devices park CEOs too will get an opportunity to showcase their plans and facilities to help attract investors. The topic of the discussions will be sharing of experience of successful MedTech parks, initiatives being taken by state to attract investment in MedTech parks, industry expectations for EODB in MedTech parks. So, with a big round of applause, would like to welcome the session chair, Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Please help me welcome Madam, and the session moderator, Ms. Rashika Vij, Invest India. We would also like to invite the government panelists, states with successful MedTech park ecosystem to share the available opportunities. Mr. Sandeep Sangle, Industries Commissioner, GIDC. Shri Sanjay Kumar Shukla, Principal Secretary, Industrial Policy and Investment Promotion, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Shri R.D. Nazim, Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Shri P. Akash, Executive Director, State Industries Promotion Corporation for Tamil Nadu Limited. Dr. Arun Garg, Executive Director, Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation. Shri Kapil Singh, Additional CEO, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority, Government of Uttar Pradesh. States with successful MedTech park ecosystem. For that, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Jitendra Sharma, Managing Director, Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone Limited. We have many industrial veterans. Would like to call upon stage Mr. Arvind Vishwanathan, CEO, Trans Asia Biomedicals Limited, Mr. Manish Sardana, President Poly Medicure Limited, Mr. Milind Papu, President and CEO Nipro Medical India, Mr. Rajiv Nath, Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited, Ms. Nisha Johari, Managing Director, Johari Digital Healthcare Limited. Mr. Rajesh Rathore, he is the Executive Director for the Madhya Pradesh. Welcome, sir. We once again welcome all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you so much everyone for joining, and would now request the session moderator to steer this insightful address of today. I request Ms. Rashika Vij, Invest India, to kindly take over as the moderator.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rashika Vij, Investment Specialist at Invest India, the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency of the Government of India. And it's an honor for me to welcome you to this session on India, the Future MedTech Hub, Investment Opportunities in States at the India MedTech Expo 2023. We have gathered here today to delve into the immense potential that India holds in the realm of medical devices and the various investment opportunities that states across the country offer. We have a remarkable lineup of presentations and discussions ahead, shedding light on the promising future of the MedTech sector in India. I am honored and delighted to invite Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, to deliver her introductory remarks and to give her blessings to initiate today's discussions.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon. It's indeed for us a matter of great happiness that we have on the dais members from the state government representing the states that have been awarded medical device parks, but also those states who are promoting medical device sector on their own steam. So a very warm welcome to all of you. And also we have on the stage, it is a matter of honor for us to have members from the medical device industry who are our main stakeholders in terms of today's session. I think all of you would have seen from the inaugural session that the Government of India is extremely keen to support and promote the medical devices sector. This Expo is one step in that direction. Of course, the medical device sector also has a very vibrant industry. There are many associations and organizations which continuously try to bring forth the issues that they are facing, provide policy inputs to government, which we find very valuable and extremely helpful at arriving in decisions. While we will in this session hear the states and hear from them what they would like to do to invite investments in medical sector in their particular states, I must also mention that any sector grows when there is an entire ecosystem. So it is not only providing industrial inputs or infrastructure, one also needs to provide for the skilled manpower, for the facilitatory regulatory system in that state, provide the ease of doing business, provide a forum for industry to be able to share their concerns or the challenges that they face so that they can be resolved. I'm sure that all the state governments who are present on this stage are doing it, and I'm sure that they would also benefit from what they hear from the industry today. It will help them to focus better. Second point I want to make, and I hope that will inform the panel, and I will not speak afterwards, so I will try to be short. Second is, you see, medical devices is a very complex sector. It is not actually a single industry. As I mentioned, you can have a 2 rupee syringe, am I right, Rajiv ji? 2 rupees, you know, but without the 2 rupee syringe, you cannot deliver the 200 rupees vaccine. At the other end, you have got diagnostic equipment, which is actually capital equipment for hospitals, which may be running into crores of rupees. You have material science, chemistry, biology, atomic energy and radiation, imaging, electronics. So it's a multidisciplinary sector also. So it's not a very easy sector to come to grips with. Therefore, the state governments, I'm sure, would also be working across departments. Because it is multidisciplinary, the sector is also subject to regulatory oversight from so many different departments, and we have a separate session on regulation. Today's session, I hope, will focus on what are the ingredients for a successful environment that can incentivize investment. We have here also AMTZ, and AMTZ is one shining example of a very attractive investment destination for medical devices. So it's also an opportunity to hear from AMTZ exactly how they could leverage various government department schemes, various initiatives, how they could bring together the stakeholders and create a very attractive destination for investment. I do hope that lastly, the state governments will also take home, when they leave this session today, the need to focus on specific segments within the medical devices. We should not have a plethora of companies only making stents, for example. You should be able to identify particular segment that you will specialize in, you will be known for, create the common facilities that would be required for that particular segment. So I hope this will be a very educative, enlightening, exciting session for all the participants, and you would benefit from hearing each other's views. Some views may be difficult to digest, but let me assure you that all views that we are hearing deserve our respect because they present a perspective which is coming from experience. So state governments also provide their perspective, industry also provides their perspective. So I'll give it back to Roshika to take this forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Your insights have undoubtedly set a very positive tone for today's discussion. And your leadership and vision, like always, has been very instrumental in propelling India towards becoming a MedTech hub. We're truly honored to have you with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we now delve deeper into our session's agenda, and it's time to hear directly from the state governments that are shaping India's MedTech landscape. We are privileged to have with us the state governments of Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, and Uttar Pradesh, who will provide us with a comprehensive understanding of the medical devices ecosystem within their respective states and shed light on the unique developments, initiatives, and innovations that each state has brought to the forefront. Without further ado, it's my privilege to invite Shri S.J. Heather, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Mines Department, Sandeep Sangleji, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Mines Department, Government of Gujarat, to enlighten us about the strides Gujarat has taken in the world of medical devices.
Respected Madam S. Aparna, Secretary, Government of India, dignitaries on the dais, very good evening to all of you. Here I am representing my state, Government of Gujarat, and what opportunity Gujarat is offering through GIDC perspective. So GIDC is Government of Gujarat undertaking set up under Gujarat Industrial Development Act 1962. It is nodal agency for Government of Gujarat. We have 239 estates across the state with land bank of 41,899 hectare of land. We have more than 70,000 units in our estates. We identifies and develops location for industrial use. After identification, we develop the land and allotment of land is done. We provide core infrastructure like development of industrial plots, road, sewage water disposal, street lights, water supply and drainage, power supply network, along utilities like gas, telecom and pipeline. We also provide support infrastructure like skill upgradation, green spaces, housing, commercial spaces, and spaces for the public amenities like bank, hospital, police station, fire station, and community halls. Then why Gujarat? Because Gujarat has its robust ecosystem. We have industrial land availability in 239 industrial estates, 24 SEZs, and 3 operational special investment regions like PCPIR, Dholerasar, and Mandal Becharaji SIRD. We are home to 100 plus Fortune 500 companies. We have presence of more than 3 million MSMEs, robust MSMEs. We have share of 11% of India's factories. We have more than 28,000 factories in Gujarat. We are topmost state in India when it comes to exports. We have policy-driven state. We have faceless online development plan approval system. We have sector-based incentives. We have 48 ports which handles 40% of India's port cargo. We do have better air connectivity also, having 19 operational airports and 3 international airports. We have power surplus states and availability of natural gas and water is abundant. We also, as a state, promoting policies for green energy initiatives and clean mobility for clean environment. When it comes to ease of doing business, we have online module of GIDC application where no manual intervention is needed. We have GIS-based estate information system where infrastructure details like connectivity, utility, plot status and other details are shared. Investors can check and pay their dues online. For print and building completion, we allow self-certification. Each file is monitored along the timeline. If it is not processed within time limit by subordinate officer, it moves to higher rank officer in hierarchy. We conduct virtual screening committee meetings for plots having less than 300 square meters area. Screening is not required. Plots up to 3,000 square meters area are allotted online via online draw systems. The saturated estates, in saturated estates, we e-auction the plots. Ecosystem for, when it comes to ecosystem for medical devices, we have 40% of India's pharma machinery is manufactured in Gujarat. 53% of India's total registered medical device manufacturers have presence in Gujarat. Gujarat has 932 medical device manufacturing units. Gujarat is emerging as leading state for medical tourism also. We are mentioning here about Rajkot because proposed estate is coming for medical devices is coming in Rajkot. Rajkot has 154 medical device manufacturing units. Medical device unit is identified as one of the thrust sector in our Atmanirbhar policy 2022. Now Gujarat has achieved a rare distinction of registering 150 plus medical device units under Central Licensing Approval Authority against 284 in entire India. This is the slide showing we have Baxter, Nebula Surgical Private Limited, BL Life Sciences, Medicare Hygiene. So key medical device players are present in Gujarat. Our proposed medical device park is proposed in Nagalpur in Rajkot, having area of 336 acres. This location is zeroed down with proper consultation and very insightful thought process and strategic location of Rajkot, because key enablers for Rajkot are plastic industry, where we have more than 400 units in plastic sector. These products are exported to Dubai, Gulf and South Africa. We have engineering hub in Rajkot. It does have expertise in casting, forging, auto ancillaries and machine tools. The region also houses more than 250 units producing machine tools and about 65 units engaged in manufacturing assembly bearing. Medical park at Rajkot can leverage and build upon the existing engineering capabilities of the region, thereby enabling the region with new avenues and investment opportunities. This medical device park, proposed device park, is well connected with highway, railway station, airport and with ports. So this is the strategic location of Nagalpur Rajkot Medical Device Park. When we talk about our policies, under Atmanirbhar Gujarat policy, medical device is identified as a thirst sector. We provide assistance of interest subsidy to mega industrial units, 7% of term loan up to maximum 1.2 of eligible fixed capital investment per annum for 10 years. We also give net SGST reimbursement 100% subject to maximum 0.9% of EFCA for period of 20 years. For mega units, 100% reimbursement of input SGST paid on capital goods to the extent of input tax credit is admissible. We also providing EPF reimbursement, 100% of employer statutory contribution, maximum limit is 1800 per month for 10 years. 100% stamp duty is reimbursed, stamp duty and registration fee also is reimbursed. Exemption from electricity duty as applicable under Gujarat Electricity Act. So medical device park is a gateway to investment opportunities and growth. This medical device park will encourage new products development from concept to design and post-product launch. Will provide state-of-art facilities like convention hall and incubation centers, common facilities including R&D, lab to support patent IP and high-value medical equipment manufacturing, leveraging on collaborative ecosystem and harnessing the potential for growth of medical infrastructure. Will also leverage on state's strong medical tourism identity and infrastructure for medical tourism venture. We already have MOU signed with NIPER for technology transfer. I once again reiterate that Gujarat is one of the best state to invest in. Will welcome you with hands open and red carpet down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving such a compelling glimpse into Gujarat's thriving medtech landscape and aspirations.
Time and again.
I am delighted to now invite Shri R.D. Nazimji, Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Himachal Pradesh, to share the remarkable achievements and opportunities within the state's medtech sector.
Get that on, Ma'am, I thank you for the opportunity here, because I would like to tell everyone that ma'am has been more than kind to a small state like Himachal Pradesh, and during this time when our state is going through a real crisis, I want to thank ma'am, because we are the only state in the country which has got both the medical device park and the bulk drug park. Thank you, ma'am. You have been very patient with us also, because thanks to the topography and the climatic problems that we are going through, we have been a little slow, ma'am, but you've always been great in hand holding for us. Thank you, ma'am. So I just take this opportunity to present what Himachal has, and Himachal Pradesh may be a very small state, but then we always try to punch more than our weight, and we are one of the achiever states as in the logistic ease of doing business of the different states, and we have been acknowledged as an achiever state in the ease of doing business, and we are a front runner state in the sustainable development goals. And among the export preparedness index for Himalayan states, we are number two in the country. The cost of our land is affordable. Even though we are a small state, we have 3,500 acres of adequate land bank. And our best USP, as all of you will know, is that our power is very reasonable. We are not talking about the power only for the medical device park, which we got through by bidding at just 3 rupees with no electricity duty. We would be giving it only at 3 rupees with a 5% escalation. But even apart from that, the cost of power is one of the cheapest in the country. And we are very well known, apart from the amazingly good climate that we have, we are also known very well for our harmonious industrial relations. Ma'am, in 29 years in the IAS, ma'am, I haven't come across a single major strike, a single major disturbance of law and order, or a single lathi charge also, ma'am, in 29th year in the civil service, ma'am. So that is one great advantage. In spite of our physiography, people come to us because we give the best industrial climate when it comes to law and order problem and the administrative, because we are a very small states have this advantage of being an accessible government and a proactive administration. We have 75 industrial areas in the states, and we also give competitive and liberal incentives, and more than that, we have a very good technical and skilled manpower, because many of you know that Himachal Pradesh is rated as one of the highly educated state, as well as one of the top health top state even in the health sector. So most of you know that Himachal Pradesh is always rated among the best states in the country in South India when it comes to social sectors of both education and health, as well as in manpower development. and in human resources. So these are the great advantage that we have. We have been growing at 7.4%, and our exports are about 2 billion, and our export growth rate is about 16% over the years. We have been working on having an enabling ecosystem, single window clearance, and we have a dedicated nodal officer for all investment above 50 crores. We have GIS enabled mapping of the industrial areas, and we have a self-certification for setting up of MSMEs and a facilitation center to make sure that MSMEs get back their money whenever there are disputes in payments. And we also have a strong policy support and in infrastructure, where we give up to 80% back of the fixed capital cost in the form of net SGST over the next 7 years. And we have huge concessional power. In fact, even though our normal power is for 5.4 rupees, we have huge concessions for MSMEs and also waiver of the electricity duty. We have transport subsidy and interest subventions, and also environmental compliances. We give a lot of subsidies on that, and we give subsidies on the common effluent treatment plant, on the gas pipelines, and also on MSME technology centers. We give money and subsidy for DPR presentation, exemptions from stamp duty. We give money for the reimbursement for those industries which uses green fuel, because our present government is making it a campaign to make Himachal into a clean and green state. We give a 50% reimbursement for all in-house testing facilities, and 50% reimbursement even for the expenses that are incurred by any company that wants to go public. We give incentives for every Himachali who is employed in any of those factories above a certain percentage, and even for export-oriented units, even to send their samples abroad, we have a program to give incentives. So we have a whole gamut of incentives to attract people to come to Himachal, and thanks to this, Himachal is now considered as one of the greatest pharmaceutical hubs in Asia. All of you know that Baddi, Barotiwala, Nalagad is considered to be a pharma hub. We have more than 600 huge pharmaceutical units, and this encompasses all the top pharma companies apart from FMCGs, cement, textiles, and automobiles. And today we are in a big way getting into both electrical vehicles as a dream project by our present government, and as well as green hydrogen, green ammonia, ethanol production, and the whole gamut of to make Himachal into a clean and green state. So these are our potential sectors, and we have more than 600 formulation units, and we export pharmaceutical formulations to more than 60 countries. And 45% of all pharmaceutical exports from North India is through the Himachal Pradesh hub. We have 6 hubs there for pharma: Baddi, Barotiwala, Kalaam, Parvanu, Ponta Sahib, Sansapur Terrace, and Solan. It is true that in the present situation, there has been a lot of problems in many of these hubs because of this huge floods, landslides, and flash floods. But we have been trying our best. We have been working 24/7 to restore the infrastructure in many of these clusters. We have 15 US FDA certified units, 243 WHO GMP units, and 18 by the MHRA. And we are also putting up with the pharma testing lab, which is coming up in Baddi under the TIE scheme. So now we come to this medical device park, which is coming up in Nalagad, which is right there in the Baddi, Barotiwala, Nalagad sector. So I'm sure there are 4 other parks that are coming up. The total of 4 parks that are coming up in the government-sponsored, Government of India sector, and there are many more which are coming up in the private sector. but the greatest advantage that we have is ours is almost a plug and play center, because all the formulation units are right there. So whether it is your clean room facilities or your cold chain integrity, everything is already there. There are 600 units which are already in formulations, who would be more than happy to use the facilities that are here. So we want to focus on a few things, whether it is lab testing, analyzers, consumables, implants, reagents, and diagnostic services and screening services. We are trying to attract in these sectors, so that we will be able to give a huge advantage. So we are not like any other state which could be starting from scratch. I'm sure Gujarat had given the presentation where they already have an advantage. Similarly, in Himachal, the greatest advantage is there's this place which is coming up in Nalagarh. It is coming up over 265 acres, 3.7 kilometers from the national highway, 50 kilometers from the Chandigarh airport, 8 kilometers from the railway station, 25 kilometers from the inland container depot, and next to all these major towns of Ropar, Chandigarh, Panchkula, Nalagarh and Ludhiana. And IIT Mandi, NIT Hamirpur, IIIT Unna, CIPET in Baddi, and the MSME Technology Center in Baddi are all right there. Nipper from Mohali is a knowledge partner, and JIPMA, PGA MER Chandigarh is a technical partner. So because it is right there in the most important industrial area, which is considered to be the largest pharmaceutical formulation hub in Asia, so you have a huge advantage in setting up here. And this will be, so it has got industrial plots, plug and play centers of flattened factories, residential, commercial areas, and we are going to have a huge amount of open and green areas, roads and parks. We are hoping to have 118 plots. It is true that it was undulating, and so we have divided it into two phases. The first phase, we have got the environmental clearance, and we have already worked on land development. The second phase, the environment clearance is going on. Hope to get it within the next couple of months. We have already given the complete tendering process has been finished, and we have finalized the tenders for the various labs, whether it is the 3D design lab or the EMC, EMI and design facility lab, or the 3D printing lab, or the biomaterial testing lab, and the gamma irradiation labs. We have already given the tenders for that. Work is going on. We are finalizing we would be finalizing the equipments. In fact, very happy to say that Mr. Jitendra Sharma and his Dr. Kalam Institute, we are getting into MOU with them. Extremely impressed with the work that he is doing in Vizag in the AP MedTech Park. So he has been kind enough to become a partner to us, and so we'll be putting up the best state-of-the-art facilities, whether it is these 4 labs that are coming up or the other labs that we will be putting up. And the charges, as I told you, it was aggressive bidding. Aparna ma'am was just telling me that the earlier chief secretary had bid really aggressively. So that land is worth 2,600 rupees. That is per square meters. We are giving it at 1 rupee a year. The power is 3 rupees, and that it goes up only by 5% after you start manufacturing. Cost of water is 0, cost of warehouse is 0, maintenance charge is 0. So basically, we are just laying a red carpet to you, hoping that you would come in and you would be able to make use of these plots and put up the best of facilities, especially for surgical instruments, in vitro diagnostic products, medical implants and medical consumables, so that we would be able to make Himachal Pradesh not just a beautiful state from the tourism point of view, but also a truly great state when it comes to manufacturing for pharma and medical technology. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing that very detailed presentation. Please join me in now welcoming Shri Rajesh Rathorji, Executive Director, Madhya Pradesh Industrial Developmental Corporation Limited, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to showcase the MedTech opportunities in the state of Madhya Pradesh.
Honorable Secretary Ma'am, respected dignitaries on the dais and respected participants, I am here to represent my state, Madhya Pradesh. It's a very emerging, dynamic or developing state, or we are improving ourselves accordingly the competitiveness of the sector. I am here to request all of you, please do visit once Madhya Pradesh so that you can explore the opportunity and potential of Madhya Pradesh, and you can just sense the all policy driven initiative which is taken by MP government. I am showing my presentation. I have content that why Madhya Pradesh is suitable for investment and pharma and medical devices ecosystem in MP, then medical devices park which is going to be developed in UVL. First is the why Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh is the huge market because the second largest Indian state by area and seventh by its population. Approximate 230,000 kilometers road networks are present. Madhya Pradesh is the power surplus state. We have 25,800 megawatt installed power capacity. 1000 MCM water reserved for industries we have, 15 plus IT parks, EMC clusters we have, 14 industries in top 100 ranking of national NIRF to 2022 across jo ranking. We have total 1.22 lakh acre land bank, and we achieved achiever category in EODB ranking 2020. We have Indore as the cleanest city of India. Gwalior is the drone. We have first drone school there, and Bhopal is the cleanest capital of India. And MP also ranked cleanest state of India. Here is the accessibility of our state. We are landlocked state, but due to high-speed transport system, we can easily access anywhere in India within 24 hours. We have 5 operational commercial airports, 20 plus major rail junction, which are 550 trains cross through the state. As I told earlier, we have identified land bank 1.25 lakh acre, 96 industrial area and 13 proposed greenfield industrial area. In industrial ecosystem, more than 1000 MCM water available for industrial use, 24/7 stable power supply at competitive power tariff is available in Madhya Pradesh. Dense road network, as I told earlier, networks of corridor, north-south, east-west rail connectivity, and 6 ICDS are in Madhya Pradesh. As far as ease of doing business is concerned, we are among first five states in the country who implement successfully DLB RAP. We have GIS based allotment of land in 24 days. are 24 services of 8 departments are included in the initiative. 24/7 working environment, working permission for the establishment. Third rank in Niti Aayog EPI 2021-22. Successfully integrated with national single window system. We have timeline for every services, exemption from minimum wages regulation, and integrated with India Industrial Information System, deemed approval provisions, and self-certification. Indore and Bhopal are in the top 10 most livable cities in India. Madhya Pradesh is very peaceful state. We have a very nice legacy of peace, less cost of living, adequate hospitality, healthcare, vibrant ecosystem, work-life balance, or diverse and major tourist destination in Madhya Pradesh. Well-established road connectivity also present in Madhya Pradesh. We are very fortunate to have IIT, IIM, AIMS, NEET, STPI, RGPV, and 7 smart cities. Presence of consumer industries like automobiles, engineering, pharma, food, and other electronic products. Digital presence with goods, fiber connectivity. Skilled human capital is available at low cost, very low cost. Lower land rates compared to other major cities. Cost of company for manpower is cheaper by 30 to 35% in MP. The state is under low risk seismic zone. Pharma and medical devices sector landscapes of MP. Industrial ecosystem for pharma sector in Madhya Pradesh. Presence of large pharma cluster and more than 278 pharma units in the state which are already working. Presence of large number of WHO, GMP, US FDA complaints units which are also working or already working. Medical device park is being developed with state-of-the-art infrastructure across 360 acre at Vikram Udyogpuri Limited, Ujjain. Online grant renewal of drug manufacturing license through FDA portal. More than 1 lakh people employed in pharma sector. Peaceful labor force at competitive labor rates. 110 plus institution providing degree diploma in pharmacy. These are our presence in the state: Gwalior, Morena, Bhind, Ujjain, Sagar, Pithampur, Dhar, Jabalpur, Devas, Bhopal and Raisen, and Indore.
Excuse me, Rajesh, I think you come straight to medical devices.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we also have industry here, no? We have to hear
Ma'am,
them
these
also.
are the industries which are already working in Madhya Pradesh. So, this is, ma'am, our Vikram Udyogpuri Limited, Ujjain. We are developing is as a medical device park. As per location, it's only 14 kilometers far from Ujjain, 18 kilometers far from Devas, 15 kilometers from Ujjain railway station, 55 kilometers away from Indore airport, 45 kilometers from Indore city, and 81 kilometers far from dry port Pithampur. Only 18 kilometers away from NH3 and 85 kilometers from Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Expressway. This is the layout of our industrial medical devices park, and we are constructing common infrastructure facilities like 3D printing and prototyping facilities, biomedical, biocompatibility testing lab, incubation hub with skill development and training center. Physical infrastructure includes road to warehouse, parking, land development, etc. And phase 2, ETO and tool room for module dies manufacturing and other engineering services, electrical safety and performance testing lab, plastic processing, assembling, packaging, designing, testing and component testing, plug and play units, warehouse, firefighting, solar panel, parking, etc. Tender is about to floated. These are some glimpses of our industrial medical devices park. This is land utilization proposed in medical devices park. We developed approx 200 acre of land to sell to establish medical devices units. Already 40 acres of land is allotted to 16 interested parties, and they are about to start their work there. These are our incentive for units setting up in medical devices park at UVL. Investment subsidy up to 40% investment promotion subsidy with impetus on employment generation and additional benefits to export oriented units. Interest subvention up to 5%, exemption of stamp duty and registration charges, land premium only 1 rupees, development charges only 20 rupees per square meter, power at only rupees 4.36, water 25 KLD per KLD, park maintenance only 8 rupees square meter per annum. Warehouse charges are also subsidized. These are the capital subsidy, land rebates and expansion assistance, skill development assistance we are also providing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor for me to now invite Dr. Arun Garg, Executive Director, Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation, RICO, to provide his inputs on the emerging medtech landscape in Rajasthan.
Respected. Hello. आपको मैं just because I also have some industry partners, तो मेरा request रहेगा कि you focus on medical device park. आपका industry policy तो I think people may be aware, हाँ? तो इस तरीके से. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Respected ma'am, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it is a personal pleasure and proud to address this august gathering. And all of you know Rajasthan is known for its hospitality with our tagline Padharo Mara Desh. So I invite all of you to Rajasthan in general and particularly to our medical device park. In the interest of time, as has been directed by ma'am, I will directly take to the medical device park. Ma'am, we are developing in Jodhpur. We have 274 acre of land for medical device park. We have 73 industrial plots in phase 1. And I pay special greetings to Nisha Johri ji of Johri Digital, who is already with us in our medical device park at Jodhpur. And in future, we foresee that more of our participants will be there on the days. Ma'am, RICO has a history of 54 years and so many credentials, but I will not like to take much. Ma'am, a brief about Jodhpur. Why Jodhpur? As you mentioned, ma'am, in your speech, that in MedTech and medical device, we should try to find out our strength. So in Jodhpur, we have a great presence of handicraft, furniture, steel rolling and fabrication. So the furniture part and the steel part of medical devices, so we have a sufficient strength for them. Jodhpur is the second largest city of Rajasthan. There is well-developed ecosystem. It is in Boranada industrial area, which is already spread over 1300 acres, and more than 1200 units are already working in Boranada. So we have already presence of many medical device industries. We have skilled manpower, great air, rail and road connectivity. 39% of DFC passes through Rajasthan, and we are connected to more than 40% population of India. We have third largest network of national highways and second largest network of rails. We have IIT at Jodhpur. We have AIIMS at Jodhpur. So there is sufficient help for technical support, clinical trials, and other researches. Our medical device park is going to be equipped with state-of-art testing and laboratory facilities, R&D facilities, along with other supporting facilities required for the manufacturing units to help meet global standards. I would like to extend my thanks to Jitin Sharma Sahab also, from whom we are seeking their guidance to develop this CFC state-of-the-art. Here I will take 1 minute to mention that we have Rajasthan Medical Service Corporation Limited, which is wholly owned government company and established in 2011. We are procuring 115 types of medical equipments and 1,300 types of drugs. So the amount is 1400 crore annual for medicines and more than 300 crore for medical equipments. Government of Rajasthan is offering a lot of incentives to all of the industries, and in particular we have identified few sectors as sunrise sector. So I will like to mention that medical device is a sunrise sector in Rajasthan. So in addition to our policies of investment promotion, we have special incentive for medical device park. As far as the rate of allotment is concerned, incentives is concerned, we offer extra incentive for medical device sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for your very detailed presentation and inputs. From Rajasthan, we now shift our focus to Tamil Nadu. Please join me in welcoming Shri P. Akashi, Executive Director of SIPCOT. Please join me in welcoming Shri P. Akashi from SIPCOT, who will be giving us the presentation on Tamil Nadu's MedTech ecosystem.
Respected Secretary Madam, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, warm good evening to all of you. I also am very grateful to Department of Pharmaceuticals for affording this platform for us to pitch Tamil Nadu as an ideal investment destination. And we are also extremely grateful for giving us a medical park. With the permission of the chair, I'll just take a couple of minutes to set the context and to give a brief background about the industrialization in Tamil Nadu. As introduced, I'm Akash. I'm Executive Director of SIPCOT. SIPCOT is the State Industries Development Corporation of Tamil Nadu. It's a 50-year-old institution which was founded in 1971. And the main mandate of SIPCOT is to identify suitable lands, acquire them. If they are government lands, then convert the land use, and to divide the land into plots and give it to industries for promoting industrial development. We do general type industrial parks as well as sector specific parks with plug and play infrastructure such as furniture, manufacturing, medical devices, electronics, etc. So if Tamil Nadu has succeeded a lot in becoming an industrialized country, SIPCOT is one of the agencies which had a great role in it. And we work closely along with Guidance Tamil Nadu, which is the Tamil Nadu version of Invest India, which is mandated to pitch to investors and to seek them out and to bring them to Tamil Nadu. So if Tamil Nadu has done well and if it is an ideal investment destination, the reason is that the government throughout has followed an integrated approach. What I mean by integrated approach is that the focus is not just on developing the hard infrastructure such as developing industrial parks of around 50,000 acres or the road infrastructure or the airport, number of airports or the seaport access or the abundant availability of power or the rail network or even the existing ecosystem of a large number of companies. It's because the focus has been as much on the intangible or the softer aspects, which are like overall good governance as evidenced by Niti Aayog rankings, then industrial friendliness as shown by the ease of doing business, we are number 3, and the single window facilitation for quick landing and grounding of investments. Then another major important point to be noted is that we have very high availability of skilled human resource with 18 of the top 100 educational institutions in the country, and we have we fare well in terms of gender equality and labor force participation with of women with at least 30%, which is highest, it's almost highest in the country. And then there is emphasis on social welfare and all-round development by envisioning and implementing sector tailored policies to ensure income security, food security, nutritional security, medical support, insurance support, and this welfare-oriented ecosystem does make a peaceful society ideal for industrialization. And also, Tamil Nadu fares well in ESG considerations for environmentally sensitive companies. We have the policy of ZLD, zero liquid discharge, and a lot of green incentives have been we have been following. So these are the reasons why Tamil Nadu has so far doing well in terms of industrialization. And final reason is there is a policy continuity across governments, irrespective of the political dispensation. We have been doing, we have had consistent policies. So coming to medical devices, we had framed a life sciences policy in the year of 2020. And so far we do have the presence of almost all the verticals under life sciences, with pharmaceutical, nutraceuticals, biotechnology and biopharma, R&D and health informatics, medical textiles, which manufactures bandages, PPE, personal hygiene products, etc., and medical device and medical electronics. So this is a sector which is already well present in Tamil Nadu. We have 4 clusters in Coimbatore, Krishnagiri, Chennai and Kadalur, in which this ecosystem of life sciences, all the 5 verticals under life sciences are already well developed. So that makes us one of the key contender, and that was one of the reasons why the government of India chose to give us a medical park, medical devices park. So these are the this point I've already mentioned. We already have presence in this sector. And the proposed medical devices park is in Oragadam, which is 50 kilometers away from Chennai. So there isn't any issue about accessibility and all. So 50 plus universities and technical institutions in life sciences in and around Chennai area. So Chennai airport is only 25 kilometers away, and we have seaport access within 50 kilometers. Then we have another seaport. Ennur seaport is within 65 and Kattupalli is within 90. So within 100 kilometer radius, we have access to 3 seaports. So we also have this TISEL, which are dedicated biotech innovation parks developed by the government of Tamil Nadu to provide scientific support to researchers to translate their research ideas into technologies. So the focus is not just on the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure, as I mentioned earlier. It's also on with the other intangible aspects such as R&D. So a lot of support is being given to the research and development also. And as per our life sciences policy 2020, it has largely 4 verticals under which we try to handhold the industry and try to promote them. One is the funding avenues. There's a number of opportunities by which funding is provided, not just by the government but also by tying up with the private funding. Then there is a conducive policy framework. We have R&D policy as well as a promotion policy. Then we have the accelerators or incubators. IIT has a very advanced research park. Then we have TISEL, then we have Anna University, then we have Alagappa University. So we are well situated in terms of giving accelerator and incubator support, and the facilitating agency such as Guidance, FAME Tamil Nadu and Startup Tamil Nadu. So these are the major incentives: investment promotion subsidy, training subsidy. Most of these incentives are available for the other sectors as well, but you can see the 5 items given on the right hand side. These are exclusive incentives given only for life science based companies. That is inclusion of R&D expenditure in the eligible fixed assets, because we have this a proportion of the capital expenditure is reimbursed as an incentive. So only for life sciences company, the research and development expenses can be capitalized under EFA, and a portion of that can be obtained as subsidy. Then there is something called overseas training subsidy. So personnel can be, the staff of the company can be sent abroad for training, and a part of those expenditure will also be reimbursed. Then there is special incentive for certification renewal, environmental protection infra subsidy and anchor unit subsidy. These are exclusively for companies in the life sciences sector. And these are the subsidies and incentives under R&D policy, which are largely similar to the incentives offered under life sciences policy, but for exclusive R&D firms. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for shedding light on the remarkable strides Tamil Nadu has taken in the field of medical devices. I'm delighted to now invite Shri Kapil Singh Ji, Additional CEO, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority, to share his insights on UP's medical devices ecosystem.
Honorable Secretary Pharma S. Aparna ma'am, senior officers of the various state governments here, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests. I am Kapil Singh. I am the additional CEO of Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority, which happens to be one of the largest industrial authority in the state. My authority has a length of around 165 kilometers. It covers 5 districts of Uttar Pradesh, namely Noida, Aligarh, Hathras, and Agra. And the span is pretty long. As I said, it is around 165 kilometers. This is the map. This is the master plan, first phase of Yamuna Expressway. And you can see we have allocated 350 acres of land for exclusively for medical devices park. And you can see the master plan here. Further, I'll also begin with gratitude to Department of Pharmaceuticals, Honorable Secretary ma'am. She has been kind enough to believe in us, and Government of India has granted us 100 crores for building up this medical device park, along with the confidence that she has given us that we are also into the making of an export promotion council for medical devices exclusively. So I'm gratitude to Department of Pharmaceuticals ma'am, our industry partners, FICCI here, and I can just have a small brief of the project. As I said, this particular medical device park is located next to just 3 kilometers away from Noida International Airport, which is famously known as Jewar International Airport. It is going to be India's largest international airport in terms of cargo and logistics. So the connectivity, the medical device park being just 3 kilometers away from the airport gives a huge opportunity. Further, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority is a greenfield area. So we have exclusively taken advantage of that, and we have sectoral apparel parks also, including apparel park, toy park, and many other parks which are specifically dedicated to those sectors. So that is one of the advantages. There are 5 key areas, target areas: cancer care, radiotherapy, radiology and imaging, medical devices, anesthetics and cardiorespiratory medical devices, all implants including implantable electronic devices like cochlear implants and pacemakers, and in vitro diagnostics. There is an illustrative list of products that you can see on board, and any industry, any company which is into it, they are most welcome to us. Next, please. As far as the infrastructure is concerned about the medical device park, the external development of medical device park, internal development of medical device park, sewage treatment plant, water supply, drainage and sewerage system is already in place. All the entire work, ma'am, I must tell you, the entire work has been completed. As far as the common scientific facilities are concerned, the construction work has already started, and I can assure you from this dais, ma'am, in the next 6 months, they will be in place. All those construction work that is required will be in place in the next 6 months. Further, as far as the procurement of the CSF facilities are concerned, before coming to this place, ma'am, my chief executive officer has already cleared the file, and we are going to the tender in the next 2-3 months. We will be procuring all these through e-tender on the UP portal. Further, as far as common infrastructure facility is concerned, it is in full swing. The administrative office block for export and promotion and incubation center for Center for Excellence, Skill Development and Incubation Center. The construction work has started, and in the next 6 months they will be in place. It's the same with common infrastructure facility. Next. A number of incentives have been given by various state governments. The state of Uttar Pradesh, the government of Uttar Pradesh has also extended many incentives for the various companies into manufacturing. You can have a look at here. Capital and interest subsidy, SGST reimbursement, air cargo handling charges and freights incentive, EPF reimbursement, incentivizing employment generation. These are some of the key areas. Zero waste incentive, skill development incentive, patent filing, quality certification, and stamp duties. The details can be seen on board as per the PowerPoint presentation, and they are also available on the Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority official website. marketing assistance. Then in terms of electricity, I would just like to elaborate that rupees 3.95 per kilowatt hour for 10 years, and prices will only escalate maximum to 5% every year during the above mentioned period. So subsidized electricity is being given, 100% exemption from electricity duty for 10 years, water charges 4 per KL charges for 10 years, and prices will escalate maximum to 5% every year. For warehouses, only 100 rupees per square meter per month for 10 years, and prices will escalate maximum to 5% every year during the above mentioned price, and there are no charges for park maintenance. Next. We are also delighted that Department of Pharmaceuticals has the confidence, and Export Promotion Council for Medical Devices are headquartered in Uttar Pradesh, specifically in Yamuna Express Industrial Development Authority. The medical devices constitute a multidisciplinary sector with the following broad classification, as you can see in the PowerPoint presentation: electronic equipments, implants, consumables and disposals, surgical instruments, in vitro diagnostic regions. And the Export Promotion Council is here to promote and facilitate exports of medical devices from India. The Export Promotion Council for Medical Devices is being established with its headquarters in the building of Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority under the aegis of Department of Pharmaceuticals. The EPC for medical devices has been incorporated under Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013 as a not-for-profit organization on 22nd of May 2023. The Export Promotion Council will provide support in disseminating information related to export incentives in the policies of the Government of Uttar Pradesh as well as the Government of India, as well as for the clearance process. It will enable faster paperwork and clearances for the consignment. EPC has been set up by Government of India to assist Indian exporters in expanding their businesses to the international markets. It will strengthen relations, arrange and send delegations to key foreign countries in order to strengthen and diversify exports on those countries. Assistance and incentive schemes, help and assistance of exporters in availing benefits of various incentive schemes announced in the foreign trade policy. Our contact details for all these is nmd.epc@gmail.com. I will just like to draw your attention to the glimpses of the components of Medical Devices Park that will be there in Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority, Sector 28. We have common facilities like center warehouses, center for excellence, then common social and support facility like administrative office, block incubation center, common office complex for MUs and CFS showrooms, technical facilities like sewage treatment plant and effluent treatment plant, other facilities like convention and exhibition center, food court, bank, recreational area, gym and public utilities would be there. And we will have these number of 6 common scientific facilities as well. This is the designs of the structures that would be there in the next 6 months have already been finalized, and this is just a prototype of the common IIT facilities that we have. IOMT and AIML facilities of 3D view, electronic design and design facilities, electronic assembly facility, 3D design of rapid prototyping and testing lab, biomaterial testing facility, gamma irradiation zone, which is an important thing, and warehouses, administrative office, block and center of excellence, and a common office complex. So these are the important things that I have shown you, which will be in place in the next 6 months, ma'am. They'll be in place in next 6 months, and this is the design that I have shown you. As per the allotment of industrial plots, because Medical Devices Park is an industrial park as well, and I'm happy to tell you and share with you our experience that we have released 3 schemes in phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3, and approximately 70 industrial plots have already been allotted and given to esteemed companies in manufacturing of medical devices. You can have a brief look at the size of plots and the number of allotments, and we also have a projected employment and a projected investment, as you can see in the graph as shown to you. Next. In phase 2, as I said, 25 applications were found eligible, and these are the sizes of plots that have been allotted in phase 2 of the scheme. In phase 3, 8 applications were received, and before coming to this conference, the allocations have already been done. Next. Further, I would also like to tell you about the prices of land. Specifically for otherwise the cost of land in NCR and in area near Jewar International Airport, and especially in NCR and Yamuna Industrial Development Authority, is exorbitant. but because of Government of India and specifically for medical device manufacturing and for India becoming self-reliant in manufacturing, the land cost has been subsidized, and we have a variation from 5,970 rupees, 4,260 rupees per square meter to 5,970 per square meter for the plots for medical devices. A number of esteemed companies have been allotted plots here in Uttar Pradesh in medical devices, and you can just have a look at the kind of companies that we have, and many of them are actually, ma'am, participating here in this exhibition as well. And just to name a few of them, Allergens Medical Devices is one of them, which is India's biggest radiology equipment manufacturer. It has been allotted a plot, and it is very soon going to have its manufacturing there. Biorad Medi Devices and Oxerin, which is India's most renowned manufacturer of orthopedic implants. Then we have Q-Line and Diasis, India's most renowned manufacturing in vitro diagnostic equipments. From this dais, on behalf of Government of Uttar Pradesh and Yamuna Industrial Development Authority, invite everybody. We have been learning from our various states. My esteemed colleagues here have given excellent presentations, and I must, from this dais, ma'am, also thank Dr. Jiten Sharma ji, who has been very kind to us in drafting our DPR initially, and we are learning from, in the true federal spirit of the country, we are learning from our other states also. But as I said, that the Jewar International Airport, the connectivity through metro, and we are soon going to have India's first pod train in Jewar International Airport. We already have the contracts for metro coming up. We are also having India's first pod taxi in Uttar Pradesh in Jewar. And Jewar International Airport is going to be a 5-lane expressway airport, and it's going to be hugely dependent on cargo and logistics. I invite you all to come and be a part of Uttar Pradesh self-reliant story. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for providing us with a comprehensive view of Uttar Pradesh's MedTech landscape. With this, we conclude the presentations by the state governments. These presentations have underscored the immense potential and promising opportunities that await within our country's MedTech landscape. We now transition to our next segment, where we are honored to have distinguished leaders from various sectors of the MedTech industry who will be sharing their experience and expertise to guide India's medical devices sector towards the future of innovation and growth. I am honored to invite Mr. Arvind Vishwanathan, CEO of Transasia Biomedicals Limited, to share his perspectives with us. Mr. Vishwanathan, I do have a certain question that I'd like to ask. Transasia is a prominent player in the medical devices sector. From your perspective, what do you think are the critical factors that have led to the success and market leadership of Transasia, and how have government policies and initiatives helped the company's growth?
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I think some great sessions. I think for the first time, probably in over 20 years, I'm seeing competition between various states to ask for investment in medical devices, which we have never seen in the past. Coming to your specific question, I think the opportunity in India for healthcare is so huge. If you look at our area of therapy, which is diagnostics, I always love to quote this, that only 25% of India's population have ever given blood for a blood test. 75% have never given blood, have never done a blood test. So that is the kind of opportunity that exists in this country to grow. So we will continue to invest, and all these opportunities from states will be harnessed in very short time. Coming to our growth, our area of focus always has been innovation and R&D, which has always been homegrown, and obviously creating a scenario of affordable products that are needed for this country. So both these in combination is what has made us grow and be the largest IVD company in the country, and also now exporting to over 100 countries outside of India. When you come specifically to R&D, as Aparna madam just said, medical devices and diagnostics is a multidisciplinary approach. You need chemists, biochemists, you need electronics, you need mechanical, you need hydraulics, you need variety of things in our R&D. So this multidisciplinary approach of talent was always available for us in various parts of this country, which helped us to develop indigenous products of comparable or higher quality than even overseas products, which are good for India but also good for the world. So R&D and innovation has been a strong pillar of our success and growth, which obviously falls back behind the government's initiatives of creating a strong education framework, at least in metros, tier 1, tier 2 cities where we source our talent from. Number two, our manufacturing has to be affordable. If truly we need to harness the potential of our country, we need to make affordable products. Affordable products comes not only frugal engineering, but also leveraging all the advantages that different states have. We have plants in over 5 different states, including our first plant in Mumbai, which was in the export promotion zone, to Daman, to Baddi, to Sikkim and Vizag, and now also a bigger plant again in AMTZ in Vizag. So we have leveraged the various opportunities that the government and the states have given us to save cost and make our products more affordable, which have really incentivized us to go above and beyond and grow faster. Third, the entire country or the country's logistic network, that we really are able to go to tier 2, tier 3 and even tier 4 cities. Today we have headcounts, or we are providing blood tests even in the hill stations as far as Anantnag in Kashmir, or even in remote northeast, is only because we are able to maintain a cold chain. We are able to have logistics even in these smaller cities, towns, villages, and we are able to transport them from our central warehouse. So all of these things which have steadily improved in our country over the last 15, 20 years, and more so in the last 5 to 10 years, have made us exponentially grow and further look at investment to further harness the potential that India has. Apart from this, of course, a very strong commercial outlay for us in terms of coverage into every nook and corner of the country, and our backbone of having a very strong process-oriented approach, including very strong regulatory framework, which the government has been very clear in helping Indian companies, in helping new companies, in helping new therapies be successful, has also given us a lot of opportunities to bring in new products and test them and scale them up in India, which has been all the pillars or the 4 or 5 themes that have really worked for us over the last 8 to 10 years. So that is what I would say.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. I would now like to pass on the mic to Mr. Manish Sardana, the president of Polymedicure. Mr. Sardana, what role has R&D played in driving innovation and product development in Polymedicure, and how could companies start leveraging the approach that Polymedicure has followed through the years?
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for having me on board, and thank you, ma'am. I hope I understood the question right, because the voice is echoing a lot, but I'll try and answer it. So, I think all of us believe that the demand for healthcare is increasing. So when the demand for healthcare increases, we are linked to healthcare, so MedTech will definitely increase the demand for MedTech. So brief about Polymedicure, we serve healthcare in about 125 countries. We are largest exporter of consumables from India for the last 9 years. We have 322 plus patents in our name, and both product and process global patents. And almost 35% of our revenue comes from the high entry barrier European markets. So these are the indications of the importance of R&D. Our endeavor has been very clear. We would want to enable healthcare providers in providing them quality, innovative, and affordable healthcare, more accessible.
That's what we do. And we focus on three things in our R&D. The first is user-friendly hardware, infection prevention, that's the most critical aspect. And last but not the least, to minimize the pain as much as possible. For us, innovation is about innovating bringing in newer technologies or care pathway. And also, how can we make the technology more affordable and accessible? For me, that's also important. You don't just bring in a newer technology, but also you make a present technology more accessible by making it affordable. So we focus on both. Our R&D and marketing teams, they work hand in hand. They work with the healthcare providers throughout the world by our presence in 120 countries, bring back the feedback on what do they actually need on hardwares, pass on it to our engineering team. MedTech is engineering, so you pass it on to engineering team. They develop the products, test it in the market clinically, and if found good, they are launched. So 3 important innovations which we have done recently. One is a blood control IV cannula. So mostly time cannula is used just for infusion, but herein is a IV cannula which can be used for infusion and for withdrawal both. Right, so same IV cannula for double purposes. The second innovation which which is almost being tested is a needle-free fistula. Is a cannula-based fistula which makes a dialysis procedure pain-free because the needle is not going to stay inside a patient for the next 4 or 5 hours. He is experiencing a dialysis. So that's where we are talking about a needle-free fistula. The last but not the least, the first made-in-India dialysis machine. And I'm so passionate about it that hopefully by the start of next quarter, the first made-in-India dialysis machine with almost 70% local value add is going to be commercialized. So these are the 3 things which we have developed. And last but not the least, it's very important. We have been successful throughout the world in 125 countries, like many of our strongholds on the dais. I think what holds us good is that the whole world needs value for the dollar they spend. Well, it's not only about bringing in new technology, it's also about what do they get for the dollar they spend. And that's what we bring in: consistency. Last but not the least, the relationship consistency is also important. So these are the 2 things which help us succeed. And maybe I can use this dais. We have a new initiative in Make in India. We are going to be in cardiology, ma'am, and not the stents. So we will not be making stents. We are going to bring in a portfolio which primarily not many are making it in India. So hopefully by the next quarter, we will have the polymed into cardiology also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sardana, for sharing your thoughtful remarks. My next question is to Mr. Milind Pappu, President and CEO of Nipro Medical India. Sir, Nipro for a long time has been emphasizing on patient-centric design. Could you please elaborate on this approach and how could the next generation of medical devices companies start leveraging this approach?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you mentioning Nipro as a patient-centric company. This is exactly which has helped us to grow. Let me extend my colleague from Polymedicure when he mentioned about dialysis machines. We are in the renal space. And when we look at the renal patient, it's not just the dialysis. It begins with diabetes, moves into chronic renal failure, and goes into cardiac complications. Nipro has looked into that area and did the glucometer engagement with the diabetes, making a factory in India for dialyzers so that the cost of dialysis treatment comes down. And third, getting into the imaging and preventing the cardiovascular problems. What is difficult for India is we have 2 million dialysis patients, and every year we add another 150,000 patients. And to do all these things, we have only 3,000 nephrologists. Now, this is impossible to have 3,000 nephrologists looking after so many patients. That opened up an opportunity to have a digitization of dialysis. What we do is that we connect the data from the dialysis and put it on a cloud server to the nephrologist. And that will help patient to get a personal dialysis. Number two, government, when they give a reimbursement to the patients, are sure that the money is correctly utilized. And the third thing is, it stops the fraud and malpractices which happens in the various consumable business. Now, all of these areas happen with the patient-centric, and therefore we continue to look at the patient to extend our opportunities in the interiors in India. I would also like to take this opportunity because on this forum we have Madam Aparna from the Policymaker and Invest India people. When we export the dialyzer to countries, we have to go through clinical trials, evaluation, and it takes almost like 4 years to get our Make in India dialyzer. And Nipro produces 35 million dialyzers in India. But when the other companies come down, we don't have similar reciprocal arrangements. Just 6 or 8 months, they can register the product, and we face import competition. We are okay with the competition, but let's have a level playing field. So that is one request. Second, I mentioned about the nephrologist. We want to invest in India to set up the affordable dialysis centers. But the rule in India is that in order to register dialysis center, we must have a nephrologist. How it is possible for us to invest when there is a nephrologist, a mandatory nephrologist? What I feel is that we can do it with the resident medical doctor as a must and a nephrologist through the remote diagnostics like we have a teleradiology. So once again, thank you very much and appreciate your inviting us and putting across our views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for contributing your expertise to our session today. I would now pass on the mic to Mr. Rajiv Nath, MD, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited. Sir, what do you think are some of the emerging trends in the medical devices sector which now are indicating promising opportunities?
Thank you, Rishika. Thank you, DOP, for organizing this. Today is very heartwarming for us. The umbilical cord which medical device has to pharma is slowly getting cut. Today is the first event that we have which is purely medical device specific as a MedTech Expo. So thank you so much, DOP. In terms of emerging trends, yes, I think certain myths needs to be broken. We keep on talking that India is just a country for making consumables, disposables, syringes, needles, and stuff like that. I was just going through the listing of the various IMED members that we have and some of the high-end equipment that they make. Now, what do we make in India which is high-end? We make heart valves. There's more than one manufacturer for that. We make joint implants. We make linear accelerators. We make cath labs. We make robotic-assisted surgical systems. We make C-arm systems. We make high-end X-ray machines. We make mammography machines. We make radiotherapy equipment. We make, for ophthalmology, fundus imaging. We also make ophthalmic excimer laser. There are many manufacturers to make various kinds of endoscopes and endoscopic camera systems. Many companies have proven their worth in COVID times making molecular diagnostic systems, clinical chemistry analyzers, 3D, 4K laparoscopy systems, ion operating microscopes, and there is still much more scope to prove all this. The challenge is that each of these companies who come forward are doing it very bravely. They are just maybe one or two initially to start with. And one or two small companies to start with, bravely trying to take away market from established entrenched market of brand leaders who are brand leaders worldwide is a David Goliath fight. And in this, what we seek, that this can be accelerated if this initiative by these Indian manufacturers is going to be nurtured. And is nurturing and support, what do we seek? We seek a tariff structure which is going to support them. For example, for pacemakers, there were two companies. There's only one left now.
One closed in Bangalore, one is still trying to survive. And every tender he has to go forward to, he keeps on writing to me, poor fellow, sir, इसमें US FDA CE मार्किंग मांग रहे हैं. Government ICMET certification को क्यों नहीं incentivize करती है? I have taken ICMET certification. Why is it not there in the procurement specification? Why do we need to have a US driving license to drive in India? So definitely these emerging technologies are going to accelerate. In due course of time, AI is going to take forward. And we have to see as to how we can put the country on the fast path, because when we have regulations coming forward, the medical device rules define what's required from the manufacturers. But ma'am, it does not define what is required for the regulators. If the regulators in the existing law also will not be doing enforcement, there are going to be quality issues whether in pharma or medical devices. So our problem is basically making regulators accountable. So there's a uniform regulation across the country, not varying state to state, and preferably delegated to a professional third-party certification system so that it is done in an equitable manner and done professionally like it's done internationally. Then the issue of corruption goes away. And internationally, by doing this, you have better compliances. To see compliances by threatening them with harsher jail terms is not the way forward to encourage this new entrepreneurs coming forward. So emerging technologies and innovation can come forward more rapidly if we take away this kind of threats over there. This is our request to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Ms. Nisha Johari, Managing Director of Johari Digital Healthcare, to share her insights. Ma'am, what do you think are global companies looking for when they explore a new country for manufacturing medical devices? And ma'am, in the interest of time, would be great if we could wrap up the session very quickly. Ma'am, our question is, what do you think? Should I use that? Is this better? The question is, what are global companies looking for when they explore a new country for manufacturing medical devices?
Hello, am I audible? Thank you very much for this space, and I really congratulate all the organizers for giving the opportunity, bringing together industries with the government organizations so that we can bring our insight, our experience out here in front of all of you. I entered into medical technology business 40 years back. We got our first US FDA 510K in 1979. Nobody in India knew what is US FDA is at that time. Since then, going through all the challenges of what to produce as a quality technology, complying with all the regulatory had been challenged. And I really appreciate, and I'm so happy to see so many medical parks are coming up. When we were in this business, medical technology was only imported technology. And nobody can think that we will produce these equipment. I had just realized that the demand has increased to enhance the precision and speed of diagnosis and how it can reach to the masses. I was touched when we met Gates Foundation, who have funded GH Lab to do the research in mother and child care. And they are penetrating deep into India, into the tribal areas, how they can bring impact. And that impact which can save 3.2 million neonatal deaths. We are working with them for the device, which is neonatal CPAP, the ventilator for the child. and they are seeing it to make it affordable, keeping the same quality and performance. It should reach to the masses. It should reach to the tribal areas in Chhattisgarh, in South Africa. And that is our mission aligning with their mission. Another company for whom we are making, they have innovated the device to detect malaria, sickle cell, and COVID in 15 minutes. And it is so accurate that today when we go in the lab and it is 24 hours, by that time, a lot of damage can happen to the child. And their product is for the masses. They are also saying make in India, for India, as well as for the global market. If we can make it affordable, and that is what we have come forward with all these global MedTech companies. In last year, in 1 year, they have already saved 2,000 children below 5 years from dying. So this is the prevention by early diagnosis. I have also seen a good demand for minimal invasive care, and in which, like endoscopy, nobody could think that endoscopy can be manufactured in India. And now, right now, we are working with the world leading endoscopy manufacturing company to provide them the design as well as assembly and manufacturing solutions. So this is where India has come up, and we have great opportunities in this. We are complying to all the regulatory demand of these products. Extensive monitoring, especially for vulnerable and high-risk patients. The innovation and demand is increasing for the portable and wearable device with AI and IoT, which can provide wireless remote monitoring and management of patients with the borderline sickness or the patient outside the ICU. These can be also broadcast in early warning score. That is where digital innovation is coming up. And we are manufacturing such wearable monitoring systems. In an overview, I would say, what is the need of the hour? The need is the medical devices that can monitor patients remotely in the real time. The demand is to reach to the masses, where with the digital transformation and affordable medical devices can be provided. The need is to enhance the experience of both patients as well as healthcare providers. We need government organizations who are making the policies. If they can harmonize with the global compliant regulatory systems. The biggest challenge right now, what we are facing in the industry is the regulatory compliance. Our company, who had the DNA of regulatory and quality assurance in our system, now the new compliance regulation has been started by Government of India, and which is to give CDSCO, which is mandates for all medical devices to be regulated in India, which is definitely a good step to provide credibility to the Indian manufacturers. However, CDSCO must harmonize with other regulatory agencies like US FDA and MDSAP, so that it can enable the manufacturers to have a common application system and have the hassle of multiple windows of complex processes. The present system of CDSCO has already made us delay 6 months our processes of, I would say, the export is being harnessed by this CDSCO system. We have met MDSAP, which is the 5 countries regulatory system into single audit program. If Government of India can also harmonize with that, it will be a single audit program that will be helpful. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I feel grateful for this new venture of Medical Park. I thank you for Rajasthan government where they are bringing the medical park. Now more need is for the laboratories to be incorporated in that. We look forward to support the government in bringing high-tech medical technology. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to just thank all the industry participants who have shared their views. Also thank all the states which have made presentations about what they are offering in terms of facilities, incentives, infrastructure to attract medical device investment. I have another meeting at 5:30. We also have another session at 5:30. I think CDSO is already here. So I'm going to request Dr. Jitendra Sharma, who has already spearheaded one of the most well-known and most attractive medical device zones in the country, to do a summing up on behalf of all that we have heard, because I will have to just leave now. So I'm going to request him to delegate, keeping in mind that we have about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Congratulations to Department of Pharma for organizing this Festival of Medical Technology. I'm saying this Festival of Medical Technology because we have come a long way in 10 years. All those people from various states who are here and the industry participants, colleagues, you know, during our festival times when our family members visit us, we give gifts. I'm going to share with humility some gifts with all of you, and those gifts are some pieces of information will be highly critical for your success. I joined Ministry of Health on 3rd December 2012, and a very nice secretary at that time, a 1977 batch public servant, called his director drugs and asked him, how is your job different from Dr. Sharma's job? Because I was the first person to be recruited by Government of India for medical technology. And the director pharmaceuticals explained that medical technology is very different from pharmaceuticals. That was the day when at highest level distinction was not clear. Today is the day we are championing the cause of medical technology. All those people who have mentioned the laboratories, biomaterial testing lab, electronic interference testing lab, nobody knew what these labs mean. Today it is very easy for us to put in presentation. We did not know as a country that these labs are required at one place, in one time, convergent with each other. We did not know the specifications of instruments. That was the time when between 2012 and 16, in 2011, we published a report in WHO headquarters in Geneva, where I was working, on local production of medical technology. I request all the states to download that report, see what that report contains. Right in 2011, World Health Organization has published the report on pathway of technology transfer and promotion of local production, and what it takes to improve local production that we are all trying today. Then between 2012 and 2016, we created a large number of documents on these laboratories that today we mention in our presentation. These laboratories that require biocompatibility, electromagnetic interference, compatibility, and so on. There are many things that are not even mentioned today, like femtosecond laser lab, like robotic simulation laboratory. We have not yet started mentioning. There is a lot more. When we created the AMTZ cluster in Visakhapatnam, 2018, you know, today is a very happy day. In 2018, 2nd of November, Niti Aayog member Dr. Paul wrote a letter, and I read the last statement. He wrote this letter to me asking, I would like you to I would like to request you to develop a model project proposal for new MedTech zones in the country. That was 2018, where Government of India imagined that we would have more zones. On the 10th of September 2020, there was a committee constituted, which I was fortunate to be the chairperson, to create the scheme for setting up more MedTech parks. The interesting thing is, in 2016, it was in this city of Ahmedabad that the Memorandum of Association of AMTZ was written. And in that Memorandum of Association, we wrote a paragraph that AMTZ will be like Delhi Metro. Having done what it has done, it will help others to achieve it. Today is not the time to compete. Today is the time to collaborate. Today is the time to work as Team India so that all of us achieve this success for the country, not just for our states and cities. And the reason I am saying this is that between 2010, 2012, when the first local production report came out, to the lab reports that were written till 2016, till the AMTZ constitution in 2016, to Niti Aayog request in 2018, to drafting of the scheme in 2020 and selection of the states in 22, we have covered a long distance in 10 years. A long distance. Any other country would take 50 years to cover this distance. We are today at that stage. There is no reason we will not succeed. We will succeed because despite all our limitations, our regulator is a friend. Our regulator, CDSCO, is a team that is also learning with all of us as a team to regulate medical technology, and they are also learning and implementing it at a pace which is better than US FDA and CE. It is better than European Union and PMDA Japan. We have moved forward as a country because in our procurement policy of GEM, we have a special procurement norm for buying from innovators of MedTech. There are lots of good things. But I think there are three things that we should do as a team, as a country, to avoid failures. What are those three things that we can avoid so that we don't fail? Because success is guaranteed. Nobody can snatch success away if we can avoid failures. Point number one is product segment diversification. An example, a chemical-rich state like Himachal, as rightly mentioned by my colleague, can actually be the global hub of diagnostics. An electronic capable state like Tamil Nadu can be a global hub for medical electronics. A mineral-rich state like Madhya Pradesh can be a global hub for implants. A skillful, talented state like Rajasthan can be global hub for hospital furniture. And these require smart product segmentization. We should not miss this segmentization. Number two, the infrastructure that is being created must complement this segmentization. So for example, Chennai, which already has an electromagnetic interference lab by Samir, and another electromagnetic interference lab by Heights, HLL, it does not need a third EMI-MC lab. It needs a robotic simulation laboratory. There is not a single one in the country. Himachal, which is championing diagnostics and implants, needs a 1 million sample biobank. There is no biobanking facility for making oligo serum panels of this size in the country. These are the facilities which can converge regulation, production, and innovation. And the third challenge, which all of us have to meet together, is ensuring that the component supply is put in place. My colleague from Nipro, which makes dialyzers, saves millions of lives producing dialyzers. They do not have polyether sulfone, which is used for producing dialyzers from India. We don't. We don't make our sensors. we don't make our scintillators, we don't make our radio frequency gradient coils, we don't make MEMS based or electrochemical circuit boards, sensors that are required as components, raw materials. We as a team will be successful, all the parks, only when the raw material component value chain is provided. And for that, all of us have to work together. And therefore, right from the ICMed certification that Mr. Rajiv Nath mentioned, which would be could be an umbrella standardization, to infrastructure diversification based on the strengths of the geographies, to the competency and scale at which our regulator is working to champion the cause of industry and patients, to the viability gap funding required for component value chain. If we do these four things together, I think this festival of medical technology will be a historic moment in the country, because we will be doing what nobody in the world has done, which is to make India a superpower in medical technology. And I think we all should work together in achieving that goal. Thank you for the wonderful session. Thank you for your patience, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the closure of this session. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the distinguished panelists and speakers for sharing their knowledge as we collectively contribute to shaping India's MedTech future. We look forward to hosting everybody again next year at the 2024 India MedTech Expo with a new topic and theme. Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator, and all the wonderful speakers of this session. It was indeed a highly knowledgeable session. I request the gentlemen to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And we also wish to give the mementos. After the group photograph, I request the moderator, madam, to hand over the mementos to all the speakers. Can you step forward for a group photograph, please, all of you? It was indeed pleasure to hear from all the industry veterans and also the government officials. I now humbly request the moderator, ma'am, to kindly hand over the mementos. I will request Saurabh Shekhawat from FICCI Delhi to kindly hand over the memento to the moderator, ma'am. Okay, you go, you go, you go. Okay, thank you. Once again, can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers from the industry and the government officials? Thank you.
मैं इन इंडिया मिशन के तहत प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व
In just a couple of minutes from now, we are going to move towards the fireside chat with key government officials and industry leaders. So I request everyone to kindly settle down. This will be an interesting session as well because we have different people from government departments and industries to talk about on various aspects. The discussion theme will be Steps to Achieve Vision 2047 and Establishing Brand India as a Future MedTech Hub. Are we on track? We need to find out that. The vision will rotate around Vision at 2047, R&D in MedTech, and Vision of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for next 10 years, opportunities and demand for MedTech sector.
में परिवर्तित देख रहे हैं। आज तो पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में देश का सबसे बड़ा मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क बन रहा है।
मैं इन इंडिया मिशन के तहत प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में देश का सबसे बड़ा मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क विकसित किया जा रहा है, जिसकी अनुमानित लागत 439.49 करोड़ रुपए है। यह मेडिकल
leaders, Mr. Anish Bafna, CEO, MD, Healthier MedTech Limited, and Mr. Chaitanya Saravate, President and CEO, GE Healthcare. Please help me welcome with a big round of applause all the speakers and the moderator of this session. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Hello.
I will introduce and get into the questions directly. Yes, introductions are given for everyone, so you can start.
You want to? Okay.
Just say hello to everyone, and then because we have proposals start at 6:30, that's what everyone will say. Right? So we have half an hour.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me, please? Can everyone hear me, please? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The discussion today evening will involve topics: Vision 2047, research and development in MedTech, and vision for this sector. We will talk about enhancing the visibility of the medical device ecosystem in India and the creation of the brand identity for India MedTech sector. Backed by the central government's recently unveiled National Medical Device Policy 2023, the sector is geared towards fostering the growth from present 11 billion to 50 billion by 2030. The growth envisaged for the sector is such that we are looking at the current market share of 1.5% growing to 10 to 12% over the next 2.5 decades. Trusted and given the environment to thrive, the medical device sector is one of the fastest growing sectors today. Central government has brought in several interventions to provide impetus to this industry for domestic manufacturers of medical devices. These interventions have now led to 37 unique products which were earlier imported to now being domestically manufactured. The summit brings together professionals, experts, innovators from various fields to discuss the latest advancements, challenges, and opportunity for the medical sector, for the medical device sector. Without further ado, we begin this session with the top government officials, industry leaders, and experts who will share their insight and experience, shedding light on the current trends and prospects in the medical device domain. So we are going directly into the questions, and we will begin with Mr. Vishal Chauhan, Joint Secretary, Health Ministry. So the question for you, as we aim to achieve universal health coverage, how would you work towards making quality healthcare services accessible and affordable to all our citizens?
Thank you very much. I am Joint Secretary Policy in the National Health Mission, so I primarily deal with the primary sector and the secondary sector in the healthcare. The biggest game changer which has been, in 2018, Government of India launched Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center scheme. And in this scheme, we have set up 1,60,000 health and wellness centers all over the country. Now, what has changed with this, with this scheme, and what difference it has made in the life of the people is that, first is there is a additional manpower, there is a trained nurse available at these health and wellness centers. We have designated 14 number of tests to be conducted at these health and wellness centers, diagnostic tests, and 105 number of drugs are to be made available at these health and wellness centers. Similarly, at the primary health center level, we are designated that 63 number of diagnostic tests have to be made available. So what is, if you ask what is the requirement from the government side, is that we have to go more and more point of care tests which are more, which can be rolled out in a field setting in the primary health centers, in the camps, in the schools, etc. So I give you an example of, very recently government launched sickle cell mission, in which we have to do about 7 crore screenings over a period of 3 years. When we started and when this mission was launched, we had only 2 players in the country who had this point of care test. Otherwise, we had test only at the screening test at the health and wellness center, and confirmatory test through HPLC machines at the district headquarters. Now, I am very happy to tell you that within a short period of 2 to 3 months, now we have 5 players in this point of care test for sickle cell. And as it happened in the COVID time, that as more and more player came, the cost kept on reducing. So similarly, same thing is happening in the sickle cell also, that as the price is coming down, as more and more players are coming. So we have an ecosystem in the National Health Mission where we encourage all the innovators, where we encourage companies or any product. I am the first one to listen to them, and then we refer them we have a committee, and we have an innovation portal. And even if the cost is high, we try to introduce in a pilot setting at a district level. We select 2 to 4 districts, and we try to implement those products. And we see that if it is help us in scaling the things, if it is cost effective to us, we'll introduce that. And then, we encourage, then we see lot of other players also come. So my request to the industry will be to, encourage more and to bring up products which can give me scale, which can give me speed, and which can, which I can roll out in a national health program. We are sensitive to the cost. For HPV DNA testing, we have product where the cost is about 1,000 per screening or say 800 per screening. That's not good enough for me. If it is come down, say 100 or something like that, I can roll out in a national program, so that will open a large number and large, opportunity for the industry. So my request will be, please go for devices or tests which are low cost and which we can roll out in our national health programs. I will also little bit talk about the, about the tertiary sector also. I am also dealing with the cancer program. If we see the, the linear accelerators available in the country, if we see south of India's, in southern states, the numbers are satisfactory, though the distribution is not quite equally distributed. But if we see north of India, we find deficit to the extent of 80% or 70% or even 90% in some of the states. So, and the cost is also high if we talk of, say, linear accelerators, etc. So, so we are ready, always ready to support the states as far as this tertiary care infrastructure is there. But it has to be, there has to be viable in terms of the costing, in terms of the, and also there have to be viability in terms of the, if there is a PPP product or PPP player, public-private partnership is there and some players come into the picture. So it should be viable for them also. It can, it can be very well managed. It should be very well managed under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana scheme. So the cost of treatment should be within a range. So we will be very happy if more and more production, in-house production will take place in the country. Our dependence on import will come down, the cost of the products will come down. And I understand there is a similar situation, whether it is a cath lab or there are other devices are there, whether there is a radiotherapy machines or radiography machines are there. So from the side of National Health Mission or from the side of the Health Ministry, we are always open for any discussion. If any product which we can roll out in the National Health Program, it will open a vast opportunity to the private sector. But as I said, we are slightly sensitive to the cost part of it. So we hope that we will have this engagement on a continuous basis. We'll have more and more innovations in the product, and from government side we are very much open for new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, I have taken the permission from Pant sir to combine two questions, and he has the difficult task of answering two questions in one go. So, sir, in the backdrop of the National Medical Device Policy 2023, what is the roadmap that NPPA is developing to ensure affordable, accessible healthcare through price regulation? And can you give us some examples of successful interventions that you have made?
Thank you. As you are aware that this new medical devices policy has been recently approved by the cabinet, and the idea is to give the sunrise sector of medical devices the necessary fillip, the necessary push it requires to succeed at the and come at the same level. As pharma has been a success story for India, so the next success story could come from the medical devices. But pharma, we are relatively ahead and relatively at a mature stage, relatively. In medical devices, we are still starting. We have made good beginnings, and we hope to do much better in the future. Now, pricing, of course, is a very important part of any business decisions, any economic decision, and it is very crucial that a reasonable, a very balanced, and a very a policy that allows innovation, that encourages innovation, and at the same time which is affordable for the common man, and ensures availability throughout the country, the both needs have to be balanced. Of course, till now we have a reasonably good experience of price regulation in the pharma sector, but medical devices sector, as you are aware, in some respects similar, but in many respects quite diverse also and very quite different from the pharma sector. So the policies regarding pricing, especially the pricing policies regarding medical devices, will have to be suitably tailored to cater to the unique requirements of the medical devices sector. Medical devices sector, as we are aware, starts from very low value items, like very small items like syringes, it could cost 2 rupees, 3 rupees, to relatively higher value items like say stents or knee implants, which could cost in tens of thousands, to very high value items like MRIs and all those linear accelerators kind of things, which would cost in crores. In addition, there is a huge diversity in terms of what goes into a medical devices. There are pharma related aspects to the medical devices, there are technological aspects to the medical devices, there are B2B devices, there are B2C devices. So this whole sector is much more complex. So our effort would be to ensure that this whole complexity, this whole diversity, this whole range of issues that this medical devices sector throws up in terms of pricing, that our policy is suitably tailored to ensure that those issues are taken into account. The policy encourages innovation, the policy rewards innovation, the policy ensures that not only affordability but availability is also there, accessibility is also there. In the garb of availability, affordability, we cannot sacrifice accessibility, because affordability without availability doesn't mean anything. If the medicine or device is not available, then affordability would mean very little to the consumer. So our effort would be to tailor our policies accordingly. We are working on it. We will have extensive consultation with the stakeholders also. The Honorable Minister today in morning itself mentioned about the importance of stakeholder consultation in this process. We are working on the various drafts. After that, I am sure at the level of DOP also many rounds of these stakeholder consultation will take place. And we hope to ensure that a very reasonable, balanced, forward-looking and a policy that gives a fillip to industry, that encourages innovation, that kind of a pricing policy is put into place. As far as the already work done by NPPA and Department of Pharmaceutical in this sector, till now, till some time back, this medical devices sector was relatively unregulated in the sense that only 30-40 devices were under regulation and price control. Now all medical devices having come under the category of drugs, all the medical devices come under the control of price regulation. Although the scheduled devices are still very few, only 4 devices are in schedule right now which are subject to ceiling prices, but the vast majority is in terms of non-scheduled devices. There also some sort of price regulation does exist, in terms of annual increase allowed per year. Recently, during the COVID, 6-7 medical devices which are very widely used in the COVID, and there were a lot of issues in terms of profiteering, availability, etc. NPPA did a exercise of trade margin rationalization in these devices. These 6 devices we fixed the trade margin, which immediately brought their prices down substantially, improved availability also, because although we kind of capped the margins, but we ensured that it doesn't affect availability at the same time. The prices should not come down to such a level that they become unavailable. We had taken very good care of that. So in that sense, the COVID was a very test of ours as to whether we can intervene effectively and we can ensure affordability at the same time, ensuring that availability doesn't suffer. We were successful in this in terms of these 6 devices, like the oximeter, and all these devices were put under glucometer, oximeter. All these devices were put under trade margin rationalization, and we have learned from those experiences also, and we will ensure that the lessons learned from the experience of putting these devices under TMR will be utilized in our coming medical devices policy and related pricing frameworks also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now go to Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi. So we wanted to know how the CDSCO adapts its regulatory process to evaluate new complex medical products and ensure the highest quality of medical devices and ensure that the highest quality of medical devices are manufactured in India and then subsequently are also imported into the country.
So, it's working now, yeah. So thanks a lot. I think important question because with the speed with which this whole medical device industry and the domain is changing, this is an obvious question which comes that how does the regulation deal with that change? I think that's the question, right? Yeah. See, we have to understand one thing. The basics of everything is that regulatory systems are also grounded in science. So if we understand the concept of a device, it is very easy to design the regulatory or quality parameters around which can actually control the quality of the product. That is one. Second is, most important or equally important is that as a regulator, how open you are or how receptive you are to the suggestions, stakeholder consultations, understanding from the customer. And I think the new medical device rule 2017 is basically a proof in itself that there is a complete openness on the government side when it comes to designing regulations or doing amendments on regulations. For example, I'll give you a couple of examples which may be very small, but that certainly gives you a sense that in the system there is a openness to understand and be receptive. See, one of the things which would have happened for the first time, which was not there in the drug side, is that we have started involving non-government organizations in the regulatory value chain, which is happening for the first time. So notified bodies are there which are doing inspections and audits on behalf of CDSCO and then recommending, and then we take decisions based on those recommendations. So that is a great signal that the system is open. Similarly, if you see, there are in category A devices, if you see, there is a subcategory which is non-measuring, non-sterile. There we don't regulate at all. You are only required to register the product and then move ahead. There is no audit, there is no inspection, nothing happens. So though it's a small segment, it may be the lowest risk, but these things were not available historically in the regulatory system in India. So it tells us that yes, there is a openness. Then this whole regulatory system, be it on the medical device side or the drug side, it actually runs on the subject expert committees. So the regulator doesn't know the subject as well as the experts know it. And experts are actually, they have the contemporary knowledge, the latest which is happening, because the experts are selected from research institutes, the practitioners, the clinicians, the academicians from IITs, from AIMS. And in this whole system, there is a huge flexibility that these committees are formed, these committees are dissolved, they are all need-based. So if I have a new category of device coming up, suppose tomorrow, I am free to create a new expert committee to advise us on that particular category of device. So that gives us a huge flexibility to us to understand and get the recommendation from the experts and who have the latest knowledge, for which we, even if we try, we will not be able to do that. So the basic question that how do we deal with the new new developments happening, new innovations happening, that is a big support for us, these expert committees. And of course, huge stakeholder consultations are part of this system. And we accept that yes, if we do not know something, we actually approach to people who have that knowledge and who understand and who know the subject. So that's the way we deal with these new developments in the system, in the device industry. One of the another things which in the new regulation which is there, that there is a provision for pre-submission consultations. So if somebody has something new and if they want to understand how the regulation will actually deal with this new innovation, there is a provision for pre-submission consultation. So where both parties actually understand, that helps us also when we understand the product through the discussion with the customer, and then we try to explain and that how this kind of device would be actually categorized and then regulated. So we have robust system, and I think we are also learning, as I think Dr. Sharma was saying just in the previous session, the regulator is also learning along with the customer, and that's helping a lot. So that's my comment on that.
So I would like to ask you another question, and this is to do with maintaining the competitiveness of local manufacturers. How does the CDSCO work with other regulatory agencies globally to align with the standards and share the best practices?
Yeah, so see, we all know that medical device regulation is actually, it's a new phenomena in the country, maybe a couple of years old. So we are doing lots of learning from the drug side, where also we all know that the pharma sector has grown so big today, and we have capability which we have demonstrated in multiple occasions, where we can make best products in the world, which can meet the requirements of the toughest regulator of the world, maybe US or Western Europe or similar kind of regulators. So what works here is actually the systems which have been established, where we have our own system of setting standards. For example, pharmacopoeia is there. Indian pharmacopoeia is today, if I see, because I also manage Indian pharmacopoeia. So I basically, I'm not boasting, but actually our standards are not inferior to anybody in the world today. And that sets a quality which is of a global standard. Similarly, for medical devices, there is BIS, which I understand is a very old organization, very competent people, and they keep on upgrading their knowledge, and whatever documents they bring out with respect to specification and standards, they are all global standards. So standard setting is a robust process in the country, and in these organizations which are setting these standards, there is a complete openness on interacting with global agencies and getting the knowledge and inculcating all those learnings into our system. So that is one part. Regulator uses those standards for regulating the domain, be it drug or be it medical device. So it's a very well established system that in case of devices, if I can say, the BIS standards are there. Suppose that particular device is not in, basically standards are not set by BIS, then the applicant is free to use either US standard or maybe European standard to in the application, and that is very much acceptable. In the cases where that is also not possible, or it is not there, basically standards are not there in the US and Europe also, then your in-house standards are also acceptable. So there is a set framework through which this whole process flows, and the regulations are made. Also, we have very strong and robust system of interacting with existing global regulators. We sign MOUs with, we have MOUs with most of the leading regulators in the world. be it US, Europe, UK, Japan, WHO, and we work very closely with these organizations through that MOU. The information flow is very smooth because of that MOUs which we have signed between the two organizations. And that platform which is basically created through these MOUs, the knowledge exchange is very common and it's a regular process. Since medical device is a new domain, I may not have lots of examples to quote, but if I see on the drug side, whenever say US agency comes for an audit in India, they inform us and they invite us to participate in that as an observer, so that my inspector or my auditor, by just observing that how those agencies are auditing a firm or organization, they learn a lot that how to do this process. So similar activities will actually happen in the medical device domain also when we come to that stage. So how do we actually keep the knowledge contemporary and upgraded and at par and harmonized? That robust process is there. As far as harmonization per se is concerned, it's very easier said than done, because I know, because India is part of the global harmonization team which is mandated for doing harmonization of standards in the world. Every standard setting organization in the world, they want to hold their position. It's very difficult to convince a person to dilute their standards, or maybe even if the standards are same between two different countries, because of whatever reason they don't accept each other. So things are moving towards harmonization, but needle moves very slowly in this domain. But I think the process is set. In India as a regulator, we have all those processes and we participate in all those processes, which keeps us updated, and wherever harmonization opportunity comes, we do that.
Thank you, sir. And now we go to the heart of the discussion, which is we are going to hear from the industry insiders. I'd like to go to Mr. Anish Bafna. And so the first question is, how do you ensure, I mean, this as even as a common, sorry, I'm so sorry. I'd like to know, even as a common man, how would you ensure safety, efficiency, and quality of the products that we're making?
So I think there's the process part of quality, which is the manufacturing, planning, the quality paradigms, the systems and QMS. There is the lab investments that you make, the skilling of the people, the making sure that the plant heads are responsible, quality people, making sure that there's alignment with the regulatory, making sure that supplier audits happen, and there's a customer feedback mechanism in place. But I guess at the core of this is the culture that you build in the organization, and a zero tolerance on quality pretty much has to be the standard for anybody in our kind of an industry. Quality is no longer, USP. Everybody globally expects the quality to be of a certain standard, and the differentiation is more in terms of product benefit. Now for us, the zero tolerance policy pretty much is relevant across the organization, more so on quality. But the quality head has got carte blanche in terms of any decision making related with the product. And that becomes very important, because a lot of time there are P&L pressures that the business exerts. And unless and until you empower the quality department in making the right choice from a patient perspective, you are susceptible to fall into a quality trap. Now, one of the analogies we use in our organization is that wrong side driving is a crime. And the gist of it is that in quality, you cannot afford to take any shortcuts. You have to make sure that the word jugaad in the context of quality is a bad word. And as this percolates across the organization, you see quality or a paradigm focus on quality across the organization. There's of course the entire sort of process framework which I think all the industry leaders are already aware of, and that is put in practice on a day-to-day basis. But one of the other things is also that you need to continuously keep on skilling the quality department. There is a lot of new stuff that keeps coming, a lot of new lab equipments, a lot of new testing equipments. And at least from our perspective, the quality head has got a carte blanche and a blank check in terms of making investments that make sure that we put in the stringent or the most stringent processes in place. The other thing is that keep the incentivization of your quality department away from the P&L of the organization. So as much as the rest of the incentives or the bonuses of the organization are dependent on the plan numbers, the quality department is clearly just measured on their KRAs, because you do not want that any short-term decision making that they do under the pressure of a business requirement impacts the organization. The second thing I'd focus on is that you need to commit yourself ahead of time, and commitment to a regulatory framework helps you in also ensuring that your quality processes are streamlined. So in our case, we made sure that we committed ourselves to the US FDA and to the EUMDR regulations. Now, just because there was a significant amount of investments that went into these accreditations, it impacted the quality, because not only does quality play a very important role, but quality also ensures that the benchmarks that are required at an organization level to adhere to these kind of norms, are sort of implemented, and you are able to get there. So this again becomes very, very important. For us, we've got 7 plants across the country, and the plant head reports into the quality head, who reports to me. And for a lot of smaller organizations, we sometimes see that they mix manufacturing with quality, and as they are in the process of growth, they start putting the manufacturing head also responsible for quality. I think that's a again a cardinal sin. And right from day one, you need to keep quality as a separate function that reports straight into the CEO, and that has responsibility to the patient at large, and not so much in terms of alignment with the rest of the organization in the sort of P&L delivery. So that sort of framework helps us as an organization to be continuously focused on quality and be at our toes all the time. And any decision that the quality department makes, is sort of prevails over anything else in the organization. Many times we've let opportunities pass by from a product requirement perspective because quality was not satisfied, and we are fine with making those sacrifices.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to bring in Mr. Chaitanya Saravate. I hope I have got your last name correct. Yeah, sir, I wanted you to speak about the roadmap that you envisage for the industry. How do we grow? How do we ensure that we remain competitive and we become leaders? I'll tell you the way it's framed. How can India become the top 5 MedTech manufacturing hubs? And how do we cater to the 10% that we plan to?
Thank you very much. I think first and foremost, let me just quickly highlight, I work for Viproji Healthcare. We have been a local manufacturer of medical technology, very specifically the capital equipment of the medical technology, MRIs, CT scans, etc. And we have been in India for last 100 of years, but present as Viproji for last 30 years. So we have a long history of designing, developing, manufacturing, and distributing products here in India. I think the aim that we have, which is to get to 10% market share globally, and making sure that we are in the top 5 medical technology manufacturing, is a fantastic aim, and that is something that we wholeheartedly support. Now, in order to accomplish that objective, there are essentially 3 or 4 things which are required. The first thing that is required, and I'm quite glad to see through this event a focus on medical devices industry as something separate from other industries like pharmaceuticals, etc., with dedicated regulatory framework. And I think with the new medical device policy which came out in 2023, there is a certain amount of policy stability that we are hoping it provides. The second one, which is obviously when we are selling equipment across the world and we export to almost 170 countries, we have to be competitive as compared to other countries where medical device or medical technology industry exists today and exists at scale. To support leveling the playing field, if you may, against those large competitors, a very good policy in the form of the PLI incentive came about, and that ensures that we have a level playing field when we are competing against manufacturers which are based in other countries. So I think those two steps have significantly advanced our capability to achieve the 2047 goal that has been highlighted. Now, in addition to that, the three things which are required, which will need to happen going forward. One is, obviously, any medical device or medical technology is a combination of software and hardware. And I think more and more differentiation in products is based upon software that is used in addition to the hardware that is there. And that is where we have significant strength. We have strength in the form of world-renowned capabilities, as well as strength in the form of academic institutions which exist, whether it is Indian Institute of Science, whether it is Indian Institute of Technology, and so many others, which have both the wherewithal as well as the talent to be able to partner with industry to develop some of the software differentiators which will make us as world leaders, if you may, or which will make us leaders in the medical technology industry globally. I think the second piece in addition to that is as India, and as we think of India as a medical technology exporter, we absolutely need to be quality focused more than anything else. We always have been, we will continue to be, and I think the openness within the government to have a regulatory framework which ensures that we are able to not only be high quality, but to be perceived as high quality is something that is important, and that is something that we will need to communicate across the world so that we are perceived as a high quality medical device and technology manufacturer. And the last one, and I think this I humbly request as a need, is as the industry begins to grow and focuses more and more on both export as well as selling the products in India, we need harmonization, and I think there was openness to it, but essentially the cost of compliance that we face in ensuring that our products are high quality, they meet all the standards. I think the cost of compliance is something which should not make us less competitive in the marketplace because we are not alone, we are competing against other countries. And so any kind of harmonization, any kind of regulatory burden reduction which will ensure that we are meeting the standards of the markets where we are exporting, as well as we are ensuring that the product is of high quality. I think those would be the ways that we would do. So I think if I have to sum it up, great from National Medical Device Policy, fantastic initiative in terms of PLI, focus in the form of this meeting. And I think the things that we need to do is more academic partnership on software development, reducing compliance burden, if you may, and then building a brand for India which is based in quality and not always only about lower cost, because I think quality is what the world requires, and that is what we have to deliver. At the same time, deliver the affordability. So I think that is how I see the roadmap to get to the place where we want to get.
So I would like to pass the same question, Mr. Bafna, if you could please take it up. Yeah.
You know, the med device industry is an $11 billion industry, poised to grow by 2050 to $50 billion, or probably earlier 2030. And the expected growth rate is about 28%. Now, if you look at what requires what is the critical requirement for a medical device industry, it is essentially metallurgical skills, it is polymer skills, it is chemical, pharmaceutical, product design. Pretty much all of these skills are available to us as a country. And this is then followed by a cohort of 1.4 billion people, which is a large captive market. If you look at the global scenario, who are the players in the med device industry? It is essentially the US, it is Europe, it is China, and then a little bit of Turkey. Pretty much apart from these 4 regions, there is really no competitive force like a Vietnam or a Thailand or an Indonesia that competes with us as far as medical device is concerned. Add to that the fact that we, at least as a global player, who exports about 40 to 45% of what we manufacture, we are seeing the China plus one really play out, and more so in the Western Hemisphere, because most of the large players out there are saying that we put all our eggs in the same basket. We know that we cannot retract completely, but we want to, over a period of the next 3-4 years, at least move 20 or 25% of our sourcing from outside of China. And I guess that's where India really has the ability to play a very big role, because our expertise is not only in terms of giving what these large requirements are of the Western Hemisphere, but our ability is also to think for them, with them, and create products that are going to be beneficial for their patients or their markets. This is where I think 2 elements really come to fore. One is captive consumption. We are a large market. As consumption grows, whether it is insurance penetration, better urban infrastructure, more reimbursement through government-induced schemes, we will see the economies of scale, our ability to invest in R&D, our ability to create products that are not only specific for our markets, but also internationally play out. And there's one element that really has to play out in our favor here, which is the partnership of the industry with the academia. We've not seen a lot of that happening as of now, and I think that's where industry has to step up and work very closely with academia in terms of developing new products, understanding the problem areas, and creating products that not only work for us, but have the capability to be taken internationally. The second is adherence to the topmost standards of quality and compliance. So whether it is your TGAs, US FDA. Now, going forward in the future, if there was some way of harmonizing all of these regulatory requirements, that would make life for the industry very easy, because currently you have to work towards 4 or 5 different regulatory norms if you have to grow internationally. And that sort of is a challenge which I think time will allow us to find solutions to that. But as an organization, you have no other option but to commit to it. Quality has to be a zero tolerance area. You need to continuously keep on developing skill sets of both manufacturing R&D as well as your front-facing organizations, because we deal with different cultures, we deal with different market archetypes that have different forms of reimbursement, that have different forms of purchase behavior. But if we were able to work on this ecosystem, focus a lot on local manufacturing, because currently if you see, and we've spoken about it many times, that the import constituent of what India consumes is very high. But over a period of time, as the local manufacturing steps up, the ecosystem develops of suppliers, of ancillary units, of regulatory bodies or regulatory consultants. You are able to leverage that and grow internationally. I mean, currently we are 11 billion as opposed to China's $100+ billion. But that exactly is the opportunity for us. We have the capability of growing 10x from where we are over a period of time. But it does require a lot of hard work. It requires commitment. It requires making sure that we don't compromise on regulatory or quality compliances, and the networks of international distributors, international partners, that once develops over a period of time, as trust develops, we will definitely see our capabilities will get us to the number 5 or 6 position over a period of time.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking all our 5 panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was a session which could have easily gone on for 120 minutes. We were given only 40, and we would like to tell you that we have kept time. And I really hope that through this session, I have been able to provide for you a comprehensive, power-packed booster dose of information from a range of topics. These topics form the backbone of the growth map of the medical device sector. The session has also provided us a strong ecosystem for dialogue, sharing of ideas, and networking. Thank you all for your valuable time. Thank you all for your valuable insight and your inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator Ma'am, and all the wonderful speakers. I request you to kindly step for the group photograph in the front, and then we would do the felicitation. Ma'am, you can also come in the front for a group photograph. We'll request Bindu ma'am to hand over the mementos to all the speakers, please. Bindu ma'am, can you do the honors, please? Can you hand over the mementos to the speakers, please? To each one of them, ma'am. And request Saurabh Shekhawat, Delhi FICCI, to kindly hand over the memento to Bindu ma'am, please. Thank you very much, all the esteemed speakers and the august audience. After a short while from now, we will have the cultural program right over here on this stage, which will showcase the heritage of Gujarat. So please do not miss out the show. Thank you. This is Dhwani signing off for the day. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.